Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Comment comes next, right? So we have an administrative approval of renewable marijuana business license.
Good morning.
Morning.
This will be quick and easy. We are renewing marijuana licenses for Avicenna Products, Retail and Medical Products Manufacturing, Nomadic Retail Products Manufacturing, and for Investments Retail Products Manufacturing. It's the Products Manufacturing Day. All the departments have indicated approval and we would recommend that they be renewed.
Okay, consider done.
All right, thank you.
8:35, public comment. Anybody here in the room here to make a public comment? Anyone online?
Nope.
All right, we will close public comments. Move on to commissioner updates. Randy, why don't you go first?
I hadn't been thinking about that. Commissioner update. I just got out of a meeting with Steve Coffin and CPW. I don't really have much this week. We've been pretty the last few weeks has been kind of a blur for me anyway, just kind of do the job and then in and out of my mind. So I might think of something as you guys talk. So if I think of anything, I'll go last. Otherwise, I went first and I'm done.
Okay, George.
Small handful of things. Some residents of DLD have reached out to me wanting to understand how the steering committee for the sub-area plan was selected. So it's just so that you two know, I'm gonna be asking staff about that. We'll see where it goes. I had brought this up. The St. Mary's Metro District levies taxes and maintains roads in St. Mary's. I've been thinking about a concept for many years where, maybe we can all do better if they contract with us to pay us to maintain those roads, because we've got a bigger team and, maybe can do it more effectively, more efficiently. I did reach out to the president of the St. Mary's Metro. There was some tacit interest, it's not a communication from that government, but they're interested in the conversation. My ask of this board is that we direct Road and Bridge staff to reach out to them and have a conversation about what that would look like.
What does Roden, do they have any impressions about whether they want to do this or not? Our Road and Bridge?
I've talked with them. Yeah, it's something we will do if directed to do it. It certainly wasn't contemplated in the tax. And I know that there's discussion about them paying for that. We've discussed that, and it's going to take them hiring a full-time staff member that will be here all year, even if we're only going to be doing winter maintenance, to ensure we have someone in the winter to actually do maintenance. It'd be really tough to find someone to be a part-time so-called operator, right? So it'd be funding an entire position, probably some money for equipment, and other things. We have not figured that out yet, but if that's where the board wants to head, then we'll figure out what that would cost.
Well, haven't we historically never been at full staff just because of how difficult it is to hire operators?
Correct. We're very close right now, if not maybe one vacancy, but yeah, we have an ongoing recruitment.
So the seasonal thing is the reason why I ask is that worries me less, because it seems like there's always work to be done, drainage work, and the rest that's up in the summer, maybe somewhere else in the district.
Yeah, and I don't think we're suggesting this full-time staff member would be restricted just to that district.
Yeah.
It would be.
But they would be
winter
that time.
maintenance.
Yeah.
Winter maintenance, but have been available to do other things.
Yeah, my take is, I don't know if this is a good idea or not. I just know that the math hasn't been done to establish whether or not it's a good idea. And that across the county, we've got these situations that don't make sense where we've got a highly trained person and an expensive piece of equipment driving on a road with their plow, with their blade up, driving past our properties when we're contracting with other people to do it. And in general, I want our Road and Bridge team to, be looking at how to innovate around some of these weirdnesses in our system.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I have seen that firsthand and I understand it and I'm more depressed, but just as one example of many, it's like there's a short stretch of North Empire Road from the city limit line, which is a half a mile from the highway, up to only about a quarter or 3/8 of a mile above that we maintain. So we drive up this road a half a mile to plow 3/8 of a mile of road or a quarter mile of road, turn around and come back down and lift the plow and drive over the ruts all the way to town. In the meantime, the town's got a pickup running around trying to cover the whole thing. And even if we contracted, even if we sent them a bill for that to happen, that one main road would be, which is the toughest road to get up and down. That's just an example. And there are a lot of them around. I'm not trying to draw attention to Empire just because I live there, but I'm just saying it's a perfect, textbook case of it. So, but at the same time, I'm not blaming Road Bridge for not plowing what's not our responsibility. It's just how can we figure out how to combine forces maybe, or
So, okay, the other thing, this might be, the DC trip is on my list, but it's probably on your list too, so I'll just skip that. The last thing the last thing on my list is about, I got a call from the Clear Creek Advocates, Bobby Courthouse. A couple things. One is that Don Jones, they're seeking an executive director. I'm not sure what happened, but Don Jones has been there for about 4 months. But the real reason for the phone call was there's been a pretty significant reduction in federal funding for victims advocates work. What the Colorado Advocacy Association is saying is that victims advocates organizations should expect their budgets to be cut in half. I've asked for that for our victims advocates organization to help us understand actually how much their budget will drop, but there's 2 big grants that they use that will be impacted. They're asking the JBC for $30 million to make up the difference, the joint budget committee with the legislature. And the legislature only has $23 million to spend this year. So I don't know what to do with that, but I thought you should know. Obviously, the Clear Creek Advocates are an important organization.
What's the total amount that they got grant funding last year? Do you know?
I think they're fully grant funded. So they've got at least, I think they have around 3 FTEs
Yeah,
and fund a bunch of services. I don't know.
I always had to twist on to get them to apply for the Team Evergreen grant every year.
This would be a good year for them. So that's my list.
So are we
Maybe
talking
it's-
about Accelerate Colorado trip now, or are we talking about it a different time?
I
of the
I had that on
agenda?
my list to talk about, but we can certainly do it now too.
yeah, either way, I don't, yeah, it's has either now or then. So
Yeah, I think it's a good use of our time, and it is kind of the only event besides CCI that this board spends money on to go do. So I think we should do it again, and I want to go, and I think it was very beneficial.
I have mixed feelings. I haven't looked at my calendar yet. But if we see value in the 3 of us going, I'll certainly join you.
When is it? Actually, that's a good point.
Early May.
May 1 through May 3.
It's earlier this year, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, I already have it on my calendar.
When do we need to decide by?
This is, last year we sold out in a matter of hours once we opened up registration to non-members.
yeah,
Um,
sounds like a sales pitch, but
I'll tell it, but.
Or do we
doesn't
see
really
it
have
somehow,
a,
maybe?
there's no real deadline in here.
well, there's no, if we think we can make a decision, there's not a good point in
Delay.
procrastinating for no reason, but but and I think my response was, I think there's value in it. I would like to go if we think that there's enough value to the county for us to go.
So,
Um,
so the other.
and it's in May this year. It's the end of May.
1 through 3, yeah.
May 1 through 3?
May 1 through, yes, 3.
It's quite a bit early.
Wednesday through Friday.
The other question we have for you is the invoice. We have not paid the invoice for membership this year yet.
Right.
I know that you had said,
Let's
all right,
reevaluate.
let's reevaluate that the dues for the year are $5,000. That gets one registration for the DC trip.
So it's another $7,000 to send the 2 other people.
I mean, I think we made good progress with the I-70 funding for the first few trips that I was on. And I think one thing that I'd like to continue to work on is wildfire. We've really made no progress from the federal government in terms of supporting our public lands here.
Yeah, mine is one of the things I would like to work on, making some visits, not only to the Congress people, which we do to lobby on these issues, as well as talk in front of the group coming from Colorado, so they have the opportunity to hear that. This is all and stuff with some public land agents. Probably US Forest Service primarily. I'd like to be able to have a couple of conversations on there on some stuff that we're working on at NOCO. So, and that reminds me, well, anyway, we're still in Sean's update, I think, right now. So, so that would be my purpose in going, reinforce that.
So I guess the decision is we're paying the invoice for dues this year and then who is going? How many of you are going? I guess it's a better question.
Yeah, I'd like to go and I think we should pay them. So that's my input.
Same.
Okay, I want to investigate the other trip, and I've never gone, is NACO is another DC mission. I might look at kind of the timing and agenda of that and decide to do that one instead. And I'll think about, yeah, so if it's okay, maybe I can just get back to you guys, and if I decide to go, you guys are okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. And I think, I think I I've never gone to NACO, and I don't see a reason for me to dial in this year. You're around for another 3 years, at least this year and 2 more years. And to me, it's not, in my opinion, I don't know what the cost is for NACO, but it's not an either or, especially if it's not that expensive. I think there's value in having us there. And, you know, if it's another $3,000 to $5,000 thing to get you to NACO, I note that almost all of our fellow counties, a whole lot of our fellow counties, it seems like the majority make a point of never missing NACO. We haven't, and since I've been commissioner, we've never sent anybody to NACO.
I think Jamock went maybe a year or 2 before we got elected.
Yeah, I've seen since we've been here, though. I don't think he's been since we've been here.
That's tough to do. All right, so I'm hearing paying the invoice and the 2 of you are attending and we'll hear back from George.
Okay. Yes, Beth just pointed out that the 2024 NACO conference is in 4 days, so. I'm probably gonna skip that one.
Doesn't CCI kind of coordinate a trip for Colorado counties also?
Through NACO.
Yeah.
There's also a Western Region one. That's the one that Tim went to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that one is May 8th through 10th. It's in California.
And on public lands, or the public land issue that Sean and I both spoke to, and I know George is interested in too. I know Tim's advice was always that NACO on public lands wasn't worth our time because of the slant of most of the stuff that was usually advanced at NACO, and it wasn't quite in keeping with the language that we've used around here, that many of our neighbors around here use. So it was of little value for that purpose, for that one single purpose. But there are other reasons to go to NACO and lots of other issues to work on. And the other thing that I did think of with regard to a commissioner update is that with regard to public lands, NOCO, Steve Coffin is continuing at NOCO for another year. And the conversation I was just on is that beyond that, we're searching for another executive director, a guy named John Hannon, who's retiring from the National Park Service and has been one of our members, is going to pick up a kind of a support role there, but we're going to be shifting gears over at NOCO, especially as we are probably gonna up the ante on the amount of work they're doing coming out of there, in the next, over the next year as we get through all these different data analysis programs, the mobility data and the CNHP stuff. It'll probably be over the next 2 years in Clear Creek County. And then the unauthorized trail project that Matt and John Butcher have been, and I have been attending and paying attention to. We've got some people doing some analysis there, and we're just about ready to pick the contractor and have them start going out and prowling trails this summer. They'll do that work. So. And that's all I got.
Any other updates? Manager update?
Yeah, another thing we need to get on the calendar are mayors and commission meetings.
Right.
I think historically we've been doing those quarterly. You want to say on like second and fourth Tuesdays to do that in the past. I think when I first got here, they were held Thursday mornings.
I guess I kind of do like leaving on Tuesday, but I don't have strong feelings.
Well, we gotta find some dates that work for the three of you first, right, before we get to the rest of the year.
What was it? I'm sorry.
Mayors and commissioners meetings.
Oh, yeah.
George in particular is asking we get those back on the calendar.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We just all let it slip.
I had this idea too. We used to, when I was first in office, have a completely separate breakfast with neighboring commissioners, and once in a blue moon, a legislator would show up or one of their staff would show up. Kind of seems like
Excuse me.
maybe there's a way we could combine those two, and because it kind of fizzled out. Well, both of them fizzled out over COVID.
The mayors and commissioners meetings continued to meet when I got here. And then I think you just kind of fell off the calendar. We didn't reset them.
We canceled one and then
That was bad.
they disappeared and it was over. I mean, Tuesdays make a lot of sense for this board. We should acknowledge that the mayors are paid far less to do this work, and I would defer to their schedules. I'm paid well to be available all the time, so.
Yeah, I mean, while I agree with that, I think it's legitimate for us to throw our best dates out though, if we have some conflicts, because it doesn't mean that we drop anything that we usually do for anybody, but,
All right, I will pick out some Tuesdays.
yeah, that works.
Review, start from there.
Something else I wanted to bring up. I forwarded both of you gentlemen an email from Stefan Andrade from Clear Creek Broadband about wishing to.
I didn't receive it.
I didn't either.
Did you get the same email I did?
About broadband?
I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, he wants to start a discussion about renting space on one of our towers. If you told me the name of the area, I would remember it. I don't
Bellevue.
remember.
Oh,
Or Ida.
I did see that email. You're right, from Stefan.
And I think he sent me this.
I think we both had multiple conversations with him that resulted in him not liking the terms that we're proposing,
We
which
do,
are,
yeah,
which are what others are paying already.
right. And then he did reach out, I think probably a month ago or something, and we heard through the grapevine that he was looking into this, but he had not reached out to my office yet.
Mm-mm.
When did you send that roughly?
I think I sent the email to you, or maybe it could be in my inbox or something, or draft folder. But he sent it to me over the last week.
Yeah, it was on the 25th. I'm gonna forward it to you.
I would encourage him to reach out to the county manager or myself for next steps. Does that work?
Yeah, I think so. And obviously we're talking about a negotiation. And so maybe the next time we discuss this can be an executive session.
Yeah, I was just bringing it up because
Yeah, no,
I think that's the second time I saw that I'm like, hey, what's going on with this? And I don't know why they're not just talking to you guys. And
George, do you want to talk fire suppression ponds? I know you've been contacted by maybe both Evergreen Fire and folks living in Evergreen?
Yeah, have been.
Me too.
They have identified, Evergreen Fire Rescue has identified some ponds that they would like for us to designate as fire suppression ponds. I responded, I included Peter and Brian, I responded with some questions around, you know, who's maintaining, like, I think there are requirements for maintenance of the infrastructure, like the dry hydrant, et cetera. Want to make sure we understand that we're not committing to that, et cetera. And there's some kind of a formal analysis that needs to be conducted. And I had asked them who they think should be conducting that analysis. I think at this point, basically, we need staff to ask staff to work with them to bring us a mature analysis that we can make a determination on.
I never thought about or heard about dry hydrants. I thought they were gonna use them for buckets for helicopter water drops.
I believe there's a requirement for dry hydrants in the legislation, but I'm not sure. There's been a bunch of rulemaking and I haven't followed it. I just know that this board has to make the determination. But that there's an analysis that really a fire department is probably, or maybe OEM can help with that. I don't know, but
I guess the question I have is who's responsible for that analysis, right? If they want their pond designated by the county, by the Board of County Commissioners, analysis needs to be conducted. Is the onus on us or is the onus on fire authority on?
I would suggest that Evergreen Fire Rescue conduct the analysis.
Yeah, and or the homeowner if they're really motivated to.
What discusses George and I want to get with Suzanne this start. Do that.
Yep.
Anything else on that?
No,
No, good catch.
of one last comment on that, and I put it into the email. Pretty sure Park County, if they haven't already designated some ponds, they're much further ahead than us. Maybe they have a form we can borrow or something.
I have one other question. Where are we with an agenda for the retreat, the upcoming retreat?
I have one before you. Okay. I need to get to Peter though too first. Soda Creek Road, I know it's at least two of you have gotten some comments about the water leak going.
Frozen
Thank you.
pothole thingy?
Yeah. So that is a problem that existed over 10 years ago. It's the water table rising to the level where it's coming out of the ground. That's what's causing it. There's a pipe in the ground that's then using to funnel down the road. But the problem went away 10 years ago. Didn't exist. It was gone for 10 years, which is why they chose not to do it.
I think it will go away again.
It was away, it was gone.
Yeah,
And which is why they didn't do anything related to that problem when we just did the repaving of Soda Creek itself. But obviously we're gonna have to do something now. So we'll get to that in the spring to make that repair. They are out there at least twice a week dealing with the ice that's building up. So that's on their radar and they're out there now dealing with that on at least a twice a day basis or twice a week basis,
how long's that been going on?
probably for the last couple of weeks. I don't know for sure.
Should someone call me 2 weeks ago and said that their suspension nailed some ice obstacle and that why isn't someone just like sprinkle some salt on it? And I got the impression that it wasn't being closely monitored.
And they're aware of that. And so they're out there now getting that done. They're taking a grader to it actually. Yeah, but we will get the repair done come spring once we're through winter.
Put in like some kind of a French drain, like a permanent solution.
They did. I know, like, there's a lot of groundwater in that area. City of Idaho Springs put a lot of engineering into the bottom of Soda Creek to deal with the same issue that had been there forever. And I think it needs to be said, sort of, for our staff, groundwater moves around and springs emerge and then they disappear and then they emerge 20 years later. And this just happens, right? Like this board has dealt with situations where a spring emerged on somebody's septic system and cost a ton of money to have to, deal
Yeah,
with it.
the poop glacier.
So, I mean, stuff like this happens and it's why we spend a lot of money on road and bridge because it's pretty hard to keep nature flat and black. So just feel like I want to say that so that our staff knows that we support them and don't view this as a failure of theirs. This is just us contending with nature to have a flat surface permanently.
I mean, it is unusual that, I mean, I heard from it from a few different places and it was an issue that persisted for a while, which is unusual.
Water's been running down that road since the spring. That was when I first brought it up.
Okay, lastly, we did an interview last week for a new chat director. I'm pleased to share that she has said yes. So we're just going through that process of getting her on board with the county. Her name is Elizabeth Gallagher. Actually, a Clear Creek County resident, lives in Evergreen. So very happy to have her on board and get that team back up and running. So
Do we have one more replacement to make there as well
yes,
still?
Community paramedic. We wanted to bring the director on first. So they would have an opportunity to be part of that process of bringing that director or bringing the community paramedic.
And the director doubles as the caseworker on the responses.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So that's good news to get that team back up and running. That's all I got.
Okay. Our next action session, we will now sit as a local liquor licensing authority. Consideration approval of optional premises liquor license application for Jogan Inc., DBA Brothers Grill.
Again. We have the applicant here, Daniel and Fred, and an unknown gentleman that I'm not familiar with. Would you like them to come up?
I also, just since you're here, I heard that there was a transition of ownership, so maybe give us a few comments, give an update about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'll sketch you the other one. Yep.
All right, brother.
So yeah, thanks for having us. Part of why we wanted to come was really just to introduce the new owner and kind of some of the team here. Some of you know me. I've been around for a little while now. I'm Fred. I'm the GM of Echo. This is Dan Dietrich. He's the new owner of Echo as of September 19th. And this is Matt Cristiano. He's the VP of operations for Jogan Inc., which is the parent company. So I don't know if Dan, you want to say a couple words?
Yeah, no, good morning, everyone. Just really excited to have the opportunity to sit in front of you guys and meet you. I know that Echo is a key staple piece of recreation and entertainment in the area. And over the last 7-8 years, Fred's been on that team and really brought it back to life. And we feel that there's a tremendous responsibility to take on that legacy and create a top tier destination for the population that would come and recreate in here. So we have that 3 million population in Denver. We get a lot of different visitors that come through. And when you look at Clear Creek County and you look at options and we want to be one of those iconic places that really stands out and really focus on, how are we the best neighbor to the community? We've become really immersed with Evergreen Chamber. And, one of the things I love about that is the community and the kids being able to have it as a first job. I actually worked at Stevens Pass Ski Area in Washington State, probably my favorite job I ever had. And I said, man, someday when I grow up, I want to own a ski area. And that's really what led to it. So, how do you open that door and have that opportunity that there might be another Dan that's coming through that has that same vision. So, it's all about opportunities. And when we look at kids and things like that nowadays, or, people looking for opportunities for employment, I have 9 children. So, it's really something that I look at. And nowadays the kids are on social media and they learn about things in 15-second increments. And the jobs that we all had when we were younger, the paper routes and those kinds of jobs, a lot of them, those kids aren't having it. And, we look at our workforce and we wonder why people don't know how to work. Well, I think I know what the answers are there. So creating that opportunity to support some of those jobs for the kids and those people looking that a great example. A lot of our patrollers are evergreen fire people and things like that. So things that they can do with the sport that they love. The other thing that was really important to me was being able to create that entry access point for people to access the joy that I get from skiing, favorite thing to do, and having that as an affordable access point because, I don't know, I own a ski area and I don't know if I can afford to go to Vail or some of those other places with my 9 children. So, especially if I got lessons and different things like that. So, having that affordable access point and just looking at the people's faces is really valuable to me. So, for me, being able to take the legacy of what was built over the last 7-8 years. And, you can go farther back in the history of some of the other stories that Squad Pass and things like that. But, start that next chapter as things go forward and really, again, be that icon in the community itself.
Awesome. Well, thanks for giving us that background.
I think one thing I'd love to add is I think with the transition, there was a lot of, there's certainly understandably some concern with, there's been some transition over the years and Echo's had a bit of a tumultuous history. And I think the former owners were really great in allowing me to help lead a lot of the process through the sale. And their objective was really to find the right next buyer. And through our conversations with Dan, it really felt like he was that person, and I think one of the exciting things is, and some of you may be aware, our customer base looks very different than that of a lot of our neighboring ski areas, particularly the larger resorts. And so, there's some challenges, some longer term existential crisis kind of challenges to the industry around diversity and affordability and that sort of thing. And so, the business model that we've built has really tackled some of those head on. And so I think it's been really exciting to have a team really fired up about that and wanting to continue to kind of grow those efforts. So, it feels less like, hopefully a repeat of some of the tumult of the past and more of, building on the foundation that, we've been working on for the last few years and moving really strongly forward.
Awesome. Well, thanks.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for coming. So yes, they have applied for a new liquor license, the same class of license that was previously held by the other owners. It was posted, published in the local paper. There was only one owner as the application indicated. All the departments have given their approval for the issuance of this license. There are a couple things that the board has to specifically find because it is a new license, and those are on page 4 of my memo. You guys want to go over that? The first piece we need to address is defining the neighborhood that will be served by this establishment. And for previous applications, prior boards have deemed the county as the entire neighborhood because it's so unique. And if the board would consider that, I think that would be my recommendation to address it that way. The other piece of that is we need to establish the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood that justify this type of license. There are no other close establishments to there, so this would not result in an undue classification of this type of license in that area. Do you want to do all the findings together or do them individually?
Whatever you recommend.
Together, okay. The next piece would be adopting the preliminary findings of my office in the letter dated January 25th that are included in the packet, pages 14 and 15. These address items such as the ownership, the suitability of the property for this type of license, the investigation completed by our office and the other departments, and things of that nature. I don't think we need to go through all the list. And then finally, just adopt any additional findings that the board would deem appropriate for this license.
George, Randy, any comments, thoughts?
No, I like the spirit behind the ownership and the contribution to the community. And I'm actually not shopping for ski clothes online right now. I'm actually. But Yeah, and I mean, it sounds like everything's in order, so.
Yes, everything has been fine. All the departments recommended approval of
Right.
the license.
Yeah, I mean, this seems very straightforward to me. It's also nice to just hear what's going on with the business. Peter or Nanette, maybe you can help me articulate a motion.
Well, do we need to do public comment?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I will open public comment specifically to this application. Is there anyone here in the room or online who wants to make a public comment?
No one online.
Seeing none, I will close this public comment.
All right, then we would just make a motion to approve the new liquor license application for Jogan Inc. LLC, DBA Brothers Grill. And adopting all the findings in the county attorney's letter, defining the neighborhood as the entire county, given the nature of the business, and that the needs and desires of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood support the granting of this license.
Thank you. That was a mouthful.
How's that?
Second.
I have a motion, and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion's approved.
Excellent, thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks for coming. I'd love to
Of course.
maybe meet you up at the resort sometime, just to get to know you
Absolutely.
better. I'm specifically, we don't have time to talk about it now, but I'm also specifically interested to hear about what your summer plans are and how they might fit into this. I remember I met with a music producer, and he was
Yeah.
interested in like doing some events up there. I think you did do some events before
Right.
COVID, and then things kind of changed.
Yeah, absolutely. Should certainly share some more ideas that we have, and we've started doing some more weddings, and we had a couple concerts last summer, and we'd like to move in that direction for sure. So
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm interested in the same stuff.
absolutely.
Come visit us. We'd love to have you.
Yeah. Yeah, I live right down Witter, so I'm pretty close to where you guys are. Yeah, well, welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, all.
Thank you.
We can solve a question. I'll go right up Little Bear.
Sticking it.
Probably pretty similar, actually.
Probably is.
think I spoke to you when you called.
Okay, so 9 a.m. consent agenda. Are there any items that we need to pull or that we need to remove? Anyone?
Nope, not for me. Nope, couple comments.
Okay, so item number 1, consideration approval of Colorado Parks and Wildlife Impact Assistance Grant application for the County Assessor's Office. Number 2, consideration approval of resolution 2418, resolution to appoint member to the Clear Creek County Planning Commission. 3, consideration approval of resolution 2419, resolution to appoint member to the Clear Creek County Board of Adjustment. Number 4, consideration approval of Red Rocks Community College agreement for student clinical training. Number 5, consideration of acceptance of quitclaim deed from CDOT 3424 Alvarado Road.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Do you want to have some discussion before we vote?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I just want to express gratitude and point out Dave Christensen, Jeff Rickliffs, Russell Clark joining or rejoining the Planning Commission. Just thanks for their volunteerism over the years and joining again. Same thing for Martha Miles, who's being appointed to the Board of Adjustment. These volunteer positions are important, and I know we're all grateful for their efforts.
Yeah, I agree. So with no further discussion, all in
Just-
favor?
Oh, was just gonna say also thanks to Donna for working on getting this grant done and to our grant administrator as well. Thank you.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. 9:10, consideration of agreement for extraterritorial dispatch services within Clear Creek County with Jefferson County Communications Center Authority.
Thank you. I think the agreement we're asking you to consider today and approve is a combination of a discussion about how we provide communication services to county residents here in Clear Creek. So you discussed this concept in length. Certainly predates my almost 3 years here now with the county, this in terms of the potential for moving E911 services to Jefferson County Communications Center Authority. So just as a wee bit of a history, we officially reached out to GEFCOM in 23 to explore that transition. They required us to conduct a study. If you recall, we hired Talion Defense to do that, taking a look at all the organizations that would be moving to all the municipalities, their capacity, calls for service, types of calls, types of software being used. It was a very extensive overview of all of the entities to determine the impact on GEFCOM if they said yes to a transition request. So in September of last year, we then held a joint meeting with all the municipalities where we came together and discussed the results of that Talion Defense study. That special meeting resulted in you giving me the direction to reach out to GEFCOM and make a formal ask of transition. So we did that in October. We submitted a letter to them in October. Then in November, myself and the finance director attended the GEFCOM board of directors meeting, where they had quite a number of questions about our financial health, our financial picture of both all the municipalities as well, with respect to our ability to be able to continue to fund the cost of service and the cost of GEFCOM. Of course, as you know, this is a cost savings for us, and it's helping us with some of our budgetary stuff. And those have been quite public, which is why they asked those questions. But after a series of questions, they did vote to accept us and to agree to provide services to us, which was good news. The agreement you're being asked again to consider this morning becomes effective on February 21, which would be the go live date for GEFCOM taking over E911 services. The agreement continues through December 31st and then renews annually thereafter. The total cost across all entities receiving this service is $850,000. If you recall, our projected cost for this fiscal year was 1.7 million. That included the administrative allocation that we were assessing to all non-funds. So our cost without that was somewhere around 1.2. So this is a savings for the county. Our annual fee to counties is $502,000. And that is good through December 31st, 2025. Thereafter, the contract allows them to bump that increase by CPI. So our staff right now is working with GEFCOM. They're going through a bunch of training. 3 of our dispatchers have accepted work with GEFCOM moving forward, and we'll see where the rest of that goes. So I think with that, I'll stop and take any questions you might have.
Couple I had right off the bat and I'm sorry if I didn't, as I was looking at stuff, I missed anything you said that's already been answered here. I know one of our concerns, they would have a dedicated pod. It would be, and that pod, because they operate in pods at GEFCOM, and that there would be a dedicated pod that at least a portion of their responsibility would always be Clear Creek County in that pod, except when they needed to flex in order to surge more people to greater number of calls from our county. And I had 3 questions and they kind of all relate, so I'll just ask them all 3. And then a question that I'd had at one time that I think may have been answered in the negative was, of those Clear Creek County dispatchers currently with us that moved to GEFCOM that have been given that opportunity, will they be included in that pod in order to continue the highest level of familiarity right out of the chute in that pod? And do we have any count or any kind of an idea yet how many people are moving over?
To date, 3 have accepted positions with GEFCOM. We have
Okay.
6 left. We eliminated vacant positions in the 24 budget that you approved. You had made the decision before we approved the budget to make the transition. So we eliminated at least 2 FTE of dispatchers at the time. So we have 3 left.
So there's a total of 6. 3 have agreed to go, 3 haven't agreed to go.
3 have not agreed to go, or
Haven't,
GEFCOM may not have extended an offer.
Oh, I see.
Yes, there is going to be a dedicated pod. I'm assuming they're assigning Clear Creek dispatchers to the Clear Creek pod. I can't imagine they wouldn't do that, but I don't know that for certain. I can get back to you on that, but I can't imagine they're not, given their familiarity already with the county.
When I did my tour, I asked about that and they indicated that that's what they always do.
And that would be my hope. I remember asking the question in a meeting months and months ago, a long time ago, when this came up and not being able to get a definitive answer. So I was interested in knowing
Sure.
that happens, and that so we have the greatest continuity. And I know they always did indicate that they would have one pod that would handle because one of their pod, the amount of workload that's generated by this move is at or less than one pod can handle normally. And so they were going to have a pod that would be specifically familiar with, would handle our stuff all the time. So they would build the greatest familiarity with our geography and nomenclature.
Thank you, Randy. That was my first question too. I'll just comment. I think the dedicated pod costs a little bit more and it's absolutely worth it. And I know that our partners across all of the other first responder agencies agree. I don't have any questions about this. We spent hours asking questions and really dug into the details. I want to make some observations because there were some outstanding questions that are answered in this contract. Peter, tell me if you are taking a different read than I am. One of the questions I've received a lot is, well, what happens if we're not satisfied? Can we get out? Can we rebuild our local system? Do we have options moving forward? Or are we just married to this forever? The answer is that we can get out when we want. If we find we're dissatisfied, we have a termination clause and we can get out. So that gives me a lot of comfort. The other thing that gives me a lot of comfort was the question, do we get to continue to control our operational procedures? I read into the contract that the Clear Creek users provide Jeffcom with the operational procedures. And I like that. What that means to me is that we still do exert some policy control over how operations happen with our first responders in Clear Creek. And so those were the two outstanding questions. I see the answers in the text of the contract. I'm very excited to support this contract.
Well said.
I agree. And good work. I mean, this is a long time coming. I think the discussion around this started in 2017 or 2018, and it took a while to get here. One of the things I'm curious about that we don't need to discuss today is getting a little bit more clarity on kind of the ancillary services that we may need to still provide, because it's not completely defined what we're handing them, right? There were some discussions with the previous undersheriff about additional resources and headcount and the rest of that. And I don't know if you have learned more since the new sheriff has been in charge, or you can comment about it now if you want to, or we can talk about it later.
We haven't reached a final decision yet. We have met with our new sheriff, finance directors met with the new sheriff. Those conversations are kind of ongoing. I mean, as it stands right now, tentatively. Tentatively looking at a net savings of at least $332,000. We've put a placeholder in that of $100,000 that could result in savings and or maybe another FTE that the sheriff believes that he needs. We're talking about the elimination of dispatch positions, the cost of benefits, overtime that was in the budget, the Axiom contract that was specific to dispatch, all those things are going away. Which
And all the capital costs in the future
Right,
too.
exactly. Yeah. What remains outstanding is the staffing that to remain that exists today in the sheriff's office. And that's what we're working with the new sheriff on.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing up sort of next steps. I would like to express that I know Empire and Georgetown, at least, maybe Idaho Springs as well, will have some additional duties that probably don't equal a full FTE. I'm very open to us contracting with them to have our sheriff, an employee of our sheriff's office, do that work. I think that would be a decision of this board, but obviously I would impose on the sheriff, just something I want everybody to know. I think we're open to that.
Yes,
Yeah.
there's not a redundancy of effort that creates a loss, too much human resource drain.
The only thing I would add is, I mean, we were in the business a long time of subsidizing communication services for everyone else. I wouldn't want to go back to that. I would want to find out what our true costs are and have people bear their fair share of them.
Absolutely. Thank you. And then the other important next step, I think, for this board to call for is now we need to understand our IT architecture and how that's changed and how that's changing the cost structure within IT.
Mhm.
And I know that's on everybody's minds, but I think it's worth saying.
That's being worked on as we speak.
And just so the board's aware, there are sub-agreements that will come through to staff, whether it's at the sheriff's office or through the county manager. Depends on who it's appropriate that will need to sign. Things like the devices, the mobile devices. A lot of those costs go to Jeffcom, but they pass through to us.
Mhm.
So I just want the board to be aware that that we'll be doing that won't come back to the board.
That's fair. Okay, any other comments or questions before we take up this motion?
No.
No, I would refer interested citizens to a meeting that occurred about 4 months ago. We discussed this. It takes a lot of effort to understand all the details and nuances of this decision, and I encourage people to do that and to reach out to us individually if they want further explanation.
Yeah, in that meeting, we essentially had leaders of all the municipalities and other interested citizens, and it was a fairly detailed conversation.
September 12th, 2023. to be
Yeah,
exact.
we did reach consensus. Motion, someone?
So yeah, I would move that we approve the agreement for extraterritorial dispatch services within Clear Creek County with Jeffcom.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thanks again, staff. It's a huge milestone in my mind. Do you guys want to take a real quick break before 9:30?
Sure.
Let's do that. Be back at 9:30. be light after this, so I think we're fine being a little bit behind. Introduction and welcome to the new U.S. Forest Service Pacific Ranger District Ranger Patsy McEntee. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Well, I'm originally from New York and was smart enough to move out here to the West fairly early in my life. So I've actually lived on the Front Range in Boulder County for 26 years now. I've lived in Louisville the last 6 years. My background, I first started in social services when I moved out here and then quickly joined the trail crew with Boulder County. Just knew I needed to be outside all of the time once I moved here. Wound up doing graphics, communications, interpretation, wildfire with Boulder County. I spent about 9 years there. Then knew I needed to go back to school to do more with planning and decided I would go back to UCD for my master's in landscape architecture. That program was amazing and had a very equity-based lens to it. A really thoughtful program. While I was in school, I started interning with the National Park Service, the Rivers, Trails, and Conservation Assistance Program, which is a kind of a unique community-based grassroots planning arm of the Park Service. So that program, I worked projects across the Intermountain region from Texas to Montana, working with communities who want to do conservation and outdoor recreation planning. From there, spent 9 years doing that, fantastic opportunity. Decided I wanted to shift gears a little bit and applied for a congressional fellowship with the National Park Service. Getting chosen, this was like right during the pandemic. So I only had to, it's a 2-year fellowship, only had to spend one year in DC. That was enough to experience the whole kind of spectrum of working on the Hill, but it also coincided with the Marshall Fire. So like the Marshall Fire happened and we were in the midst of moving to the Hill, and now suddenly I'm embedded in House Natural Resources Committee. And what are we talking about all year? Wildfire crisis strategy, the Marshall Fire, Front Range communities, and these at-risk kind of communities around the nation, but specifically talking about my forest, the ARP. So really unique, time to be there and to be having these conversations at a policy and national level as well. After that fellowship ended, I then started working for the director's office, doing tribal co-management policy analysis for the National Park Service. I was also doing equity action planning for the Department of Interior and for the National Park Service. Once that detail ended, I moved into a park, into the Southern Four Corners group of parks, which included Canyon de Chelly National Monument, Navajo National Monument, and Hubble Trading Post. And some interesting jurisdictional overlapping responsibilities with those parks. Seems to be my bailiwick to be working in complex multi-jurisdictional places. So I'm really excited to be joining the Forest Service here. I really do feel like I've finally come back home after like a long time on the road. And that I'm just so honored and pleased to be stewarding my backyard forest.
Cool. I'm really happy to see you here. It was nice talking to you just a second ago and in a meeting with you the other day. We've had, and I know it's the nature of the beast that people work their way up through their careers, and a district ranger level is one of those things that it can be somebody's home, or they consider it their stepping stone. I know we've had a kind of a revolving door of temporary district rangers here, and it's really encouraging to hear you happy to be where you are and in this place. And I hope we have the opportunity to work with you for a long time and create have some continuity in our discussions and in some of our own visions with the recreation, our county recreation, the outdoors management plan, because none of those, just as at NOCO, Northern Colorado Places 2050, the ARP Monty Williams and others figured out that if we don't have, you can't manage, there's not paint lines on the ground between where the Forest Service ends and state land begins and county land ends and who manages trailheads and access to trailheads that are on often for both, they're on county assets. And so you can't manage them in silos independently of each other, nor does any of us have nor do any of us have the human resources or the money to handle the problems that are facing us wrapped around. We were just talking about this a moment ago. There are the three most heavily visited national forests in the nation are the Uintah, the White, and the ARP, the Arapahoe Roosevelt. The Uintah and the White have gigantic ski industry operations going on, and they count their skier day visits towards their daily visitation. If you take the skier day visits out, the ARP is clearly the most heavily visited national forest in the nation, more than any of them California or anywhere. And that's because it's that area of the Front Range up to the Divide and lapping a little over into Grand and Summit that surrounds the whole Denver to Fort Collins metro area from the south flanks of Mount Evans all the way to the Wyoming border. And the biggest east-west transportation corridor in that entire region rolls right through, that comes right out of the mountains, and the first place it enters is the mountains of Clear Creek County. So the impacts to us are tremendous, and the job you're taking on, I think, is a tremendous job, and it's one of the reasons we were working on our recreation plan and have been so active at NOCO for the last 6 years, is to try to wrap our arms around it, and we have to work together to face that challenge. So glad to have you here.
Yeah. So Randy and I, this is our last year in office, and I think back to when we first got elected. It was a very different relationship between the county and the Forest Service. And one piece of data is you guys are resource constrained just like everyone. And there was a conversation around the Forest Service trails that were in the county that had a lot of deferred maintenance. And at that time, and we were brand new in the business of creating a trails team, or at least I think we were, weren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We had a lot of challenges building the trust to allow for the Forest Service to allow us to maintain your trails on your behalf. And that's behind us. And we have a really good relationship. And I would say, do you know, we have other stakeholders like Colorado Mountain Bike Association is a very faithful one. I would say they've done a lot of work on various trails, and they were behind the Warren Gulch project where we got routed around some private land. So yeah, I would encourage you, if you haven't connected with them, Gary Morris, our executive director. And then two other things. The thing I always bring up is the Beaverbrook watershed, which is right in my neighborhood. It's Forest Service land. It's very interesting that it's that close to the Front Range, and it doesn't really have any infrastructure. There's no trail signs really, and the neighbors love it because it's kind of like their private backyard. But I've always thought that there was the possibility of improving that property for a better and higher use. And then kind of at the other end of the spectrum, a conversation that's been going on here since long before I showed up was OHVs and how they impact our neighborhoods, how they impact our environment, how they impact the high alpine. And that's a conversation from a policy perspective that I think Randy and I hope to put some energy into before we move on.
Yeah, and I know George will have stuff to say too, but I just want to segue off of that because Sean and I were in the room and with the different county commissioners with us at the time when we had a combined meeting with the U.S. Forest Service and CPW, and they told us that the future of Clear Creek County was motorized recreation and shooting, and dispersed recreational and non-dispersed shooting. And we asked what that meant, and they just said, well, your area in Clear Creek County is more is better suited for that because of the old mining trails that you and all this stuff. And so that'll be your focus. And they told us specifically, quote, that our niche was not mountain biking, hiking and climbing other than the existing trails and so that was their plan for our future. And I just bring it up so that it's a good historical perspective for you to know that I recall Sean and I at the time saying that's not particularly our perspective. And why is it that in the entire Arapahoe Roosevelt National Forest, it's got to be Clear Creek? And I was told that it was because there's a political problem in the other 4 counties that they didn't want it. And my immediate thought was, if there's a reason why the other 4 don't want it, when we already have so much of it going on, maybe there's a reason why we should not wish to see it become even more dense and more intense when we have so much, because if we become which we are right now, I believe the only of those of Jeffco, Larimer, Boulder and Gilpin, I think we're the first one to see accomplished, one by the Forest Service and one by our county. So now 2 of them, organized shooting ranges, public shooting ranges in the mountains. And so it gives us the opportunity to capture the market for the entire Denver, Fort Collins area to come here if everyone else is shooting down on the plains. And if everyone else is stating that they're not seeing any expansion or tolerating any expansion of OHVs, and if we're to embrace it, then we become the sole focal point for the entire Denver area market in geographically the second smallest of the 2 counties. So to us, we had a different reaction to it and so that was kind of the birth of NOCO at that time, where we all came together to discuss the fact that we need to share the wealth and the burden a little more equally, rather than create a sacrifice zone, which Sean and I fought pretty hard to make sure that we don't end up, and George too, to make sure that we don't end up, to collaborate in order to help make sure that we don't end up as a sacrifice zone.
I mean, I agree wholeheartedly, but our niche, the use that is probably the most destructive per user to the environment and the least beneficial economically per user, if not a net negative economically, that shouldn't be our niche, right? We want to thrive too.
And the most impact to the neighbors.
Right.
Negative
So,
impact.
some other top questions. First off, I welcome home. I'm glad you feel home. Are you permanent?
I'm permanent.
You're permanent. Welcome home. This is great. We haven't had a permanent ranger in a few years.
Yeah.
I really like some of the stuff you said about where your head's at regarding equity. I would love for you to have heard what Echo Mountain said about their strategy around attracting a diverse new entrants into the ski industry. I think you'll find a interested partner in Clear Creek County in those conversations. I'm kind of curious, one of the opportunities that I think I see is a forest plan review, a revision of the forest plan is happening soon. Is it happening now?
It's about to. I know it's pending. I know, and I know it's due. I don't know what the timeline is. I know right now it's probably more internal kind of mobilization, but I couldn't share the timeline of it.
I think you can expect we'll be very interested in that forest plan. And we know that those are only revised every once in a while.
Right.
Milco Places has been working really hard to build alignment. I think kind of one of the big outcomes from Milco Places
is that forest revision. It was, Monty had the foresight to recognize that he needed the collaboration of all the different land managing and governmental entities, primary land management governmental entities. So the 5 counties, National Park Service, Forest Service and CPW that are the 8 primary members. And the whole purpose was to bring them all together to create a recreational vision that could then be incorporated into that forest management revision.
And back to Beaverbrook for just a second. The response that I've always gotten, that we've always gotten, is we can't really do anything about that because it's not in the forest plan. And in the meantime, neighbors are creating pirate trails of various quality, And yeah, it's kind of like the Wild West in some ways.
I'll push back a little bit. I have not seen any quality trail there.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's not very
Not the
great
highest
quality.
quality. No, there's poor quality pirate trails all over the county, including there. So
How would you know unless you went and used them?
I think you're allowed to ride them. You just aren't allowed to make them.
the other thing that I think we haven't touched on is the wildfire mitigation conversation. And there's kind of a troubling legacy in Clear Creek County on that. The Forest Service did some work on Sinton Road, Echo Hills, 2018, 2017 timeframe. It's become to be kind of a model for how not to do work. Because the result of that work was a very upset community, and I think death threats at your predecessor. A lot of really, really negative pushback. I think reflecting on that incident and Clear Creek County's role in it, that was a period of time where Clear Creek County wasn't convening conversations about the need for mitigation, and we were really a missing partner at the time. I think this board and this organization is committed to being a better partner to you. The role of I think the county government there is to invest enough in ourselves that we kind of can work with the public to get support for this work and to help plan it. So I think we're trying to wrap our heads around that. The Clear Creek Fire Authority has greatly upgraded its work in planning and execution of mitigation. Same with Evergreen Fire Rescue. I serve on the NOCO Fireshed Executive Committee. Monty Williams is on there too. So that's another conversation that we're very interested in having. Your predecessor said once that, the Forest Service is the bus and we're at the steering wheel and we need to do the planning. And I like to respond that, well, I sure hope that you've got some gas to put in the tank because 80% of the land is federal. I think there is some gas in the tank and I just know that we have to get some, put some effort into.
Yeah, I'll just reflect a little bit on what you just shared, because I think that, obviously the federal funds drive a lot of the direction of how we use the money and how we coordinate. But having said that, I'd say that we're so reliant on our partners, our, municipalities, all of our districts, to help in not just planning that, but communicating with it, with our communities. We can't possibly reach every homeowner who didn't know we had prescribed burns this week. I mean, it's impossible. And it's also impossible to share how difficult it is to actually plan for these kinds of events and how long and logistically difficult it is to do that. And so if we all have a common message around what that takes and what that looks like and what to expect, and that we're all in agreement, then there tends to be less, disgruntled and contentious, thoughts around the fact that this is really necessary work that needs to be done, for the long term, and we can't keep pushing it off either. So.
And it was communication, lack of communication, lack of community engagement, that there is a kind of a good next chapter, which was the work that happened on Highway 103 to improve the egress, getting rid of a lot of the trees that were really close to the road. And I heard a little bit of chatter, but it was probably 5% of what the Sinton Road project was.
Yeah.
And most people were happy about it.
I met Bernie Weingart yesterday at Loveland, who's a former, used to be real high in Forest Service, and he's now the chairman of the board of the National Forest Foundation. And he was for years, a district ranger and moved his way up over his career. And he's about my age now, but so he's retired from the Forest Service and doing that other work. But he said that whenever he had the opportunity, he said whenever he heard an invitation from county commissioners that wanted to meet with him as a district ranger, he said his advice always to everybody is don't ever pass up the opportunity to do that. And I said, well, it's a two-way street. It's the other way too. When our forest folks want to meet with us, we have got to take the invitation talk because we really need to try to be on the same page. I think learning from that, what they were just talking about, the fire mitigation, I know that it was only about 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, that they undertook a bunch of work above Empire. And learning from that lack of communication, we engaged the entire community, held a town meeting in Empire. They brought in the people that were coming in to do the prescribed burns, the cutting and all the stuff, told everybody why it was taking place and how it had to take place. And that was after they had started the work. Actually, I take it back 2 years before that, where they came up and just showed up and fired chainsaws at about 5:30 in the morning, right on the edge of town, without telling anybody first. And people were stumbling out in their pajamas into the street, wondering what was going on. And so they learned to do that first, to talk to the people and kind of figure out how to schedule the work so that it's better. But not only that, to explain to them that we're creating a fire break on the windward side of your town so that your town doesn't turn into something that would later be known as the Marshall Fire. They were explaining to us because we can't send firefighters into an area where they're going to die. So once one of those things starts sweeping down towards Empire out of the northwest, it's just going to be all over. We're not going to be able to come help you save your town because we can't put firefighters in front of a wall of fire. But if we can create all the tiger striping and the fire breaks along the way, then we can put people into the area and defend your town. And so there was not so once they did that, once they held a town meeting and told us that, there was not a single complaint from anybody when the chainsaws fired up and they started, burning wood piles and doing stuff like that, doing prescribed burns. Because everybody understood what it was about. It was about keeping firefighters alive, and it was about making sure your town was going to be standing if the big one hit. So.
And I'll just reflect back on you too, because I like what you had to say about, that two-way street, because it's the same thing with, our communities and the folks that live out in these landscapes that, we can't meet everything that, folks want into personal phone calls and those kinds of things. But it is, we can be having that two-way conversation with our residents and understanding how we can be better and how we can adjust and tweak. And, if there's things that they need, better understanding of why those practices happen, we can work on that kind of messaging too. And, we're all a big team right here, facing some challenges out in this landscape. And, we just got to work together and, be tolerant of the changes that happen as they do.
We're kind of coming up to the end of our time. Do you have any questions for us?
I don't. I just, I'm looking forward to a lot of future conversations. I'm really active listening right now and trying to absorb a lot of different dynamic things that are going on in this district and in the forest in general. So understanding all of this, the more I, speak with all of you, the better really. Everyone's going to have different perspectives too. And I tend to absorb all of that and kind of try and flesh out directions and decisions based on multiple perspectives, not just a singular federal one. So.
Well, I look forward to having a separate meeting where we can, an orientation meeting for the coast, especially. I think that's going to be real. So try to think about who else would inform that more than just me too, because I think that'd be a really good perspective. Maybe get Monty together and yourself and a couple others, maybe the other chair of NOCO as well. And because that's really, really critical. And we did have, Scott used to come to it a little bit, the permanent ranger. We really haven't had any engagement other than from the top of the forest, like from a supervisor level is pretty much the engagement we've had from the Forest Service here. Not entirely, but we haven't had our district ranger attending, NOCO meetings, even the partners meetings for quite some time now. And I think it might be something you might be able to find time for, and I think would be very beneficial. So.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
We have our person online.
Last name Shank.
Yeah.
Not seeing him.
I know he was going to be calling in from work, so he might be a minute or two.
Okay.
Do we want to, well, just a thought, you want to jump to is there any reason we couldn't, in the absence of that person being here, jump to the
Weather,
the weather thing with Carol Ann? I don't think there's anything that's time sensitive about that. Is there? I'm fine.
you okay with that, Peter?
Yep.
So if and when Shank joins, just let us.
Okay, I will.
So we have a new policy. It's a revised policy from the one that we had before. The previous policy that's in our handbook now basically just addresses for inclement weather, what an employee should do based on how they feel about the inclement weather. So we've revised the policy.
Like, ooh, it's cold.
I mean, not that much better than that.
Where did I move? Where did I move to?
Yeah.
It does read a little abusive, I think.
Yeah.
Side note, but.
So the recommendation is, acceptance of the new policy, which addresses a more standardized approach for how the county itself will manage operation in the event of inclement weather. It also covers things like emergencies or unforeseen events, like if we were to have a flood or something like that. It covers emergency availability of staff, which was something that our OEM director asked me to add in, that kind of covers something she needs for grants that we're allowed to kind of pull from our own resources, like for example, to get a bunch of sandbags, and get everybody out there helping to take care of if we have a flood. So we've added what will happen for county closures, offices or delay start, and what will happen with staff's pay if that were to happen. And the fact that we do have essential personnel that that this policy wouldn't apply to. So that's about it. Questions, concerns, additions, changes?
I hesitate with this comment because sometimes I think I try to do another job, which is Brian's job in designing these policies. However, there's a conversation about inclement weather that's been happening in this organization since I've been here, which is we used to say that the county building was closed when the school district closed. And I've heard from people who are no longer in this organization, who were parents of children that were in the school district, who said having to come to work when my kid is not able to go to school is a problem for me. And I would love to support a policy that allows for parents to stay at home with their children when their children have a snow day.
Except for road and bridge, obviously.
Right.
Correct.
We did have that in one of the versions, and I think in our leadership team, we had discussed some rationale for how that wouldn't necessarily always make sense.
Are you saying we close down when the school district is closing automatically? Or I guess as county manager and making that call in the end, I'm of the mindset where the county government, the last that should be closing, right? In my mind. So it's gotta be bad weather in order to shut down, but we could certainly provide some kind of provision that allows it's explicit, they can use PTO or something to that end, but so that's why I asked the question, are you suggesting that we need to shut down when the school district is shutting down? Because
I mean, it raises questions in my mind about the value of being open when there's a bunch of snow on the ground.
When what?
The value of being open when there's a bunch of snow on the ground. Are we seeing that we have people that want to brave the weather to register their car? Or like, do we really need to be open? Like, I used to manage a grocery store, and I used to have the philosophy that we absolutely need to be open during a weather event. And we worked really hard to be open during a weather event, and law enforcement and snow plows. But do people need to be able to register their car on a snowy day?
And I'm saying this as having, I'm sympathetic to the idea that if your kids can't be in school, you should be off. And we've gone to a 4-day work week, whether that's connected solely to the fact that, that the school's gone to a 4-day school week too is, I'm not, it's convenient. I'm not sure that's exactly why we did it. But it was a factor. At the same time, my experience watching school days shut down is that the school is almost the first thing to shut down because of the school buses on the road during times when virtually everybody else is still getting around if they need to. And if it weren't for the fact that that I've watched the schools shut down for school buses on numerous occasions when everybody else is just having a normal winter day, and having to go to all their other jobs, which are all still open all over the county. I mean, I don't see all the businesses shut down in the county because the school buses aren't running today. And so, and there've been plenty of days that, that I've watched and said, well, I've seen the school shut down because the forecast was that it was going to be really nasty, and then it didn't even turn out to be that nasty. But by that time, they'd notified everybody school was shut down. So they went ahead and stayed shut down because it was too late to tell everybody to come to school. When in the morning it wasn't as bad as they thought it was going to be. So I just think well, it is a nice idea, and I say that as a parent, and a parent and a grandparent that sent kids to school. I'm not sure it's a real good barometer to make the decision every time.
Hasn't the school district closed just from low temperatures as well?
Yep. Okay.
When it was -18. So I don't, my intention is not to insist. My intention is to raise the question. From my perspective, what we're discussing is really a matter of employee retention and recruitment and workplace culture. And we live in the state of Colorado. We just heard from the forest ranger that she loves to be here and she wants to be outside all the time. I would love to think we're the kind of organization that someone can be excited to work for because they know when it snows, they might get an opportunity to go skiing and embrace that kind of lifestyle. Rather than the kind of work culture where you're committing to a job that's going to cost you your personal life. That's my perspective on this. And I'm overstating the case. And I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. I'll recognize that.
The powder day analogy was not a good one. I mean, I aspire to it myself, but
that's just my take on this situation. If I was the county manager, what I would do is I would write into the policy that we're closed when school districts are closed, so that when we're trying to attract an employee that has a kid, they see that as a reason to come and work for us. And the last point I will make to you is that we distributed a survey to figure out how many of our employees would benefit from childcare. And we found out that very few of them would, right? And that means that we're not attracting employees with children. And that says something about us and our policies.
I would push back on that a little bit because don't managers have the discretion to be flexible when one of their employees has a personal issue at home, whether it's a sick spouse or a broken pipe or whatever? I mean, I kind of see this fitting into that category. And I think you just sort of made my case for me too, and that there aren't that many people who work here who have kids that they would have to deal with. So the few that we do have, I think could be handled on a case by case basis.
yeah, I was thinking the same thing a minute ago that first of all, we have some people that work from home part of the time. We have a lot of things like that going on, and it's not going to be true for everybody. But by the time you take that into account, you take into account the people that don't have kids, you take into account, the ability to have some flexibility and some flex time on back and forth and things like that. I think we have the ability to deal with most of it. And so to let that be the driving factor that decides whether we're open and closed is, I think it's a stretch. It's a stretch for me, and I say that as somebody who's really, 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 really empathetic towards people trying to take care of their kids and work and do all that stuff.
Okay. Well, thank you for indulging that line of inquiry from me. I am not sure that I would want to insist as a board we do that anyway. It's definitely what I would do if I was in your seat.
We do have the caveat written in here about working from home, you know, and using PTO if at your discretion, you're like, you know what, you're gonna stay open, but I don't feel safe coming in. So we have, if you have what you need, work from home that day. If you don't, then you can have a PTO day.
And we can, if it's passed without that kind of language, we can certainly revisit the conversation with our leadership team. I don't, in the end, have a common opinion either way. If you want to add it, you can add it. Certainly makes our job easier in the call. But it has been my experience in multiple places that have worked. The school district shuts down quite more frequent than everybody else. And so I also appreciate you thinking about our workplace culture. That's extremely important. But in my mind, we got to be able to balance the whole needs of the organization and workplace culture with the fact that we're a service delivery organization. And at what point do we shut down, you know? So
Yeah, we already offer 3-day weekends every 52 weeks a year.
God bless America.
Yeah, and we've got several departments that just can't, that their heaviest workload is when it snows. And they're gonna be working no matter what. All of our emergency services, all of our, you know, our road and bridge folks are all hands on deck and, you know, putting in really long double shifts and things like that, trying to stay up with the snowstorms and, so that, and that's a workplace culture issue also, you know, that, you know, when, some people are getting off when it turned out it didn't even snow very much. It was just gonna be kind of slick out. And other people are working, you know, through the great blizzard of 03, you know, and working 16-hour shifts. So, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Does this address the part where who makes the call? Like,
yes,
who are the sheriff?
Yep, and
Who are-
consulting with the sheriff, public works director and OEM director. But it's ultimately county manager's call.
Okay.
I'm not a good person to ask because I'm one of those old guys that says, well, when I was a boy,
Yes.
you know, the snow was just, and we blah, 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 blah. And somebody said something the other day about they were reacting to the storm, you know, when the governor declared the state of emergency recently for, because it was a decent powder day and it got cold. It was winter in Colorado, you know, and I was like, what the? You know, he says, well, they said it's going below zero. And it's like, yeah, I remember standing on the ramp at 30 below with my thumb out hitchhiking to work at Henderson or the tunnel or somewhere, you know, it's like everybody just, if your car didn't start, you found somebody whose car did start, you still went to work when it was going like crazy. You know, the only reason that, you know, you didn't go, and then the powder day thing is if it snowed so much that they couldn't even operate the lift, you know, then you went to work. Anyway, sorry, I'm a bad person to ask.
Yeah, no, I get, I was raised like that too. I get some coffee.
So this is a work session. Did you guys get what you needed from us?
Correct.
I'll support the policy, just for the record.
all right, we'll throw on consent next meeting.
Great, thank you.
Any progress on our edit?
Nope.
Dang.
Is there a way to contact the person? Just
I'm
to-
gonna see if I've got his.
We have time to throw in an executive session.
We
It's almost like
could,
you read my mind, Peter.
I got we could do that though, because we're 10 minutes before, we're 10:20 right now.
Yeah, our
And
next
we've already
11.
finished the 10:30 item and then there's that interview in the 11 o'clock item. So we have,
41 minutes.
yeah, things off. I could stand to make one quick phone call myself on something that just popped through.
He's not coming.
He's not, he said?
No, he just got pulled into an operation solution meeting. He said he's interested. However, if the requirement is to interview at the BoCC on a weekday morning, it'll have to wait until I retire.
That's a little bit of a red flag.
Yeah.
It's good, some good feedback too. I remember moments like that.
I'm gonna make a quick phone call. Are we gonna
Okay,
go
let's,
into an executive session?
Why don't we say the magic words now and then we can take
Retire
5 minutes before we
and- yeah.
actually assemble. So I move the board go into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiators. Sorry, missing my language. Negotiations or subject to negotiations regarding establishing a multi-jurisdictional housing authority. Pursuant to CRS 24640224B for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning purchasing controls and IT security processes.
Second, okay.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor, say
Aye.
aye. Aye. Board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. And we will return time for our 11 a.m. action session.
I think they have
All right, we are back from executive session, now back in regular session. Our 11 o'clock work session is an update on the childcare effort. Mitch Houston and Superintendent Mike Gass.
Mr. Chair, just one thing, no written minutes were taken, no decisions were made in the executive session.
Thanks.
got it.
You'll get used to it after a while.
I just told him.
What's up?
I need you to run the PowerPoint. It's in the packet.
Oh, I thought they were going to run it. I'm sorry. Let me pull it up.
Mitch, you can get us started while Megan is bringing up the PowerPoint.
There we go.
Well, without slides, all I can
You
say
are,
is,
we can't hear you for some reason.
Can you hear us, Mitch?
Can we hear you? Will you try us?
I just changed microphones. Did that help?
Oh, now we can hear you.
Did.
Sweet.
All right, take it away, Mitch.
Yeah, you just stole my whole screen, so there we go. Hey, good morning, commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. Could we move on to the next screen? I'm here today to share information about Mountain Trails, Clear Creek's next early learning center. I'm confident we could quickly fill a market rate early learning center, but that's not the community's objective. If the work was driven by net profit, we'd be discussing a center with fewer than 50 students rather than one that can support 69. The incremental cost of that 50th student is high. I have 30 minutes today. My goal is to share our progress and plans for 2024. Listen to the board and convince you that staff should know more about this important work. I have 13 slides to present and a bunch of other supporting information. Thank you for the next slide. It's important that we acknowledge the organizations that helped us that have supported this work so far. Next slide, please. Early learning is a labor-intensive essential service provided by skilled professionals. As professionals, our teachers are going to receive a living wage, full benefits, and an annual 5% retention bonus. The employees will also have access to discounted childcare at the center, walkable housing from the field house, and in-house support to obtain advanced certifications. Next slide, please. Today's presentation is meant to be an overview, not a deep dive. This agenda should give us about 15 minutes for Q&A. Next slide, please. Maximum licensure for the proposed facility with 5 classrooms serving students from 16 weeks to school age is 69 seats. Next slide. Research tells us that early learning centers help students develop their social, emotional, cognitive, and physical skills. I'm not an early learning scientist. From my perspective, early learning helps develop a strong brain, which produces a strong child. That child becomes a strong student and a strong citizen, which helps us build a strong economy. Next slide, please. The center is going to be located in the new Idaho Springs Elementary School. Next slide. And I'm still hopeful that we can pull off a 2025 opening. I'm not sure that's really possible, but that's the mountain I'm standing on today. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of what the foundation has accomplished during the last 22 months. The slide represents our top 10 deliverables in alphabetical order. Most of this work is available as standalone documents if anybody ever wants to dive more deeply into it. One completed task that didn't make the top 10 list was completing our first round of site visits. It was really nice to get out and see locations and communities similar to ours that are successfully running early learning centers. We visited 5 locations from Gunnison to Fraser. And with the next slide, I'll start sharing an overview of a few of these deliverables. The communication plan's one of the inputs to our business model, and it outlines our next steps in marketing and communications. It's a beast. It's over 40 pages long, and it was informed by our advisory board, community engagement, and our site visits. Next slide, please. The advisory board consists of 10 community members or early learning experts. We met about 8 times in 2023 and will begin meeting again this month. Our largest survey of our prospective families received 41 responses. Of those responses, 75% were from the I-70 corridor, and we use this work to help verify our assumptions and prioritize our value propositions. We're planning additional focus groups and surveys during 2024. Our community engagement partners are a subset of those we acknowledged at the beginning of the presentation. They include the school district, the rec district, Henderson Mine, and the Colorado Education Initiative. Slide, please. The business narrative and financial models are the core to our business planning. The narrative includes many of the components a formal business plan would have, and it provides us with a starting point for conversations, a shared language that allows the community to investigate alternatives and challenge our assumptions, and an understanding of both our primary and secondary stakeholders. Slide, please. There aren't many words on this slide, but it feels like there's a lot to talk about. The risks or barriers that have our current attention are personnel, sliding scale tuition, and raising construction capital. Personnel is likely to be the highest risk to a successful center before opening and into the future. To mitigate this risk, we're offering a strong compensation package, and we're going to grow our own teachers by targeting adults and high school students for certification. A significant amount of the work that we're going to do this year will be understanding the value proposition for becoming an early learning teacher. We modeled sliding scale tuition rather than scholarships. This allows prospective families to understand their actual cost of attendance rather than seeing a large list price and hoping for scholarships. We've included sliding scale tuition as a risk because we haven't confirmed the income bands we've used are correct, the number of families likely to fall into each band, or families' capacity to pay. A deeper understanding of sliding scale tuition is going to happen during the first 6 months of the year. Raising construction capital is a risk, but it's not one that scares us today. During the next 4 to 6 months, we're going to plan our capital campaign. Slide, please. This is an overview of what we're going to be working on through July of this year. Our first pilot for training teachers was a failure. It was our process failure and not that of the participants. We threw the curriculum over the wall and expected the adult students to catch it and become certified without our support. Before we complete the second pilot of our teacher pipeline, we're going to better understand the value proposition, why individuals want to become early learning teachers, develop targeted communications for both students and adults, and develop a sales process to attract, register, and certify individuals. Then, after we've gotten that completed, we're going to begin our next pilot to help our students acquire ECE credentials, and we're going to help them find jobs too, because we're not going to need them immediately. Next slide, please. These are documents commissioners or staff may be interested in reviewing. The financial model is a multi-tab spreadsheet. There's a document that supports the review and use of the model. The program budget assesses the costs of planning, building, and opening the center, as well as our construction funding gap. The last one on the list, the 9-month planning budget, describes our work from November of 23 through July of this year. Next slide, please. I'm closing with 5 questions. I don't expect to receive answers to these questions today, and I'd be happy to meet with staff to further explain our work. I'm asking if the county's ready to invest in this work. And I'm guessing that you're probably wondering what the citizens of Clear Creek would get from these investments. Well, the first one's easy, an early learning center on the I-70 corridor for 69 students aged 0 to 6. Sliding scale tuition as low as $525 a month. And I'll say it again, strong brains, which will result in strong students, strong citizens, strong employees, and ultimately a strong economy. I'm asking about the special project fund under the lodging tax. What might that accomplish? Well, cash flow stability during the early years. I think we can position sliding scale tuition as being directly attributed to the lodging tax. And it also provides an annual source of matching funds, so it can strengthen grant applications for the center. The 2024 lodging tax request is for $60,000, $31,000 of it now and $29,000 in July. Next slide, please. The talking part of my presentation is over. It's time for me to listen. These are some of the slides that are available to support Q&A if you'd like them, or we can scroll back to a previous slide.
Well, first off, I'd like to congratulate you. I think that is a new land speed record for the number of slides that have been reviewed in a 10-minute period of time. Good work.
I like efficiency. Me rambling isn't going to get us anywhere.
Can you go back to the 5 questions?
Sorry.
Sure. He said as though I had control.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take a crack and then Randy and George can weigh in. I suspect that you have a strong plan. I haven't really looked at it in detail, so I don't think I can answer that, but I plan on digging into some of the follow-on documents that you have provided links to, or if you're not providing links, please send those to staff so that we can have access to them. And I think the conversations around, do we think it makes sense to spend lodging dollars or ARPA dollars? We have a retreat later this month, and I know that the ARPA conversation is going to happen, so I don't know that I personally have an answer to that one yet. I do think this is an attractive project. It's an attractive opportunity for the community. Where it gets funded, from what dollars, how much. I personally love the idea of leverage, as do you, and the idea of having some dollars that can be used as grant matches is generally my favorite way to spend money, because it involves spending part of our money and a lot of other pools of money. I think that may be all I have to say for now. George, what do you think?
To the first question, I have followed this process closely, probably would be an exaggeration, but I'm aware that we've hired groups of experts to help us vet the business model, et cetera. I would almost pass that question to the board and staff in terms of, do we think we need our staff to vet this plan? Or do we think we're comfortable knowing that they've used grant funding to bring experts in and have community stakeholders build it?
Is that a question that you want to ask answered now, or did you
Yeah.
have other stuff you wanted to say?
No, that's kind of the question.
No, I think both you and Sean hit on the same ideas that were running through my head while I was listening, while I was reading these questions. Have I convinced the board that we have a strong plan? Can I have the money today? And I know you didn't say that, Mitch, but it sounded kind of like that. But obviously, we can't sit down and receive a presentation and just say, oh, yeah, here's some money that quickly. So first of all, with regard to, do you have a strong plan? I have no reason to believe that you don't, other than the fact that I haven't had time to digest and understand it and know that. And like I said, it's a slideshow and presentation isn't enough for me to know that, but I have confidence that and hope that I'll find out that's true as I study it and our staff studies it and advises us, which is, I think, the answer to your question. I had the same thought Sean did as well. Because we need time to digest this stuff, we'll have some time to digest it before we have our retreat, and discussing it at the retreat's important. With regard to either the lodging tax or the the second question, can county staff help identify construction funding opportunities and review the future building campaign? I think that falls into the same area that Sean did when he said we love putting some money into things that we can leverage and get a bunch more money. And so I think the staff that can be the most helpful will be our grant identification and execution staff that can help with that. And that would be the best place there, as opposed to, because to just identify construction funding opportunities within our current budget, we struggle, as you know, Mitch, you pay close attention. So I know we struggle just to fund all the things that we do have today and figure out where our fiscal cliff is and how far we're in the red each year. And so it's, so we don't have any spare cash for that right now.
I'm looking for in-kind staff time. Not your pennies.
Oh, well, it says, can county staff help identify construction funding opportunities? And I think I'm hearing you say, we're not looking for your general fund money, but to build the future building campaign. And I think that's where staff can help, as I said a moment ago, to help identify where we could leverage any funds that we gave from either lodging tax or ARPA funds to help as seed money to help make that happen. And so either one of those, and the last three lines are pretty well answered. I would answer that that's a strong possibility, as long as we can leverage it and do the best we can to get you as far as we can with any of those funds that we did commit. And that's up for discussion, what that might be, I think, at our retreat as well.
I have a question, or my answer to George's question, maybe another question, and it's for Brian. Who in our staff would be the right person to dig into this?
I was just thinking that myself. I mean, finance director for one, for sure.
Yeah. Because to me, I don't think you tried to cast it as a trust question. I trust that the consultants that were hired know what they're doing. I also know that we look at things through a little different lens. And so I think it would make sense, particularly for Maria, to understand the financial model and to ask some hard questions, just to make sure that we have as robust a plan as possible.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, especially, I mean, if staff has interest, I'm and thinks they need to do this, I would support that. So to the next question, I think I hear two questions in that, Mitch. I think I hear, can we help seek grants, et cetera, public finance opportunities? And can we help put together a private capital campaign similar to what we did for the healthcare center? Is that correct?
I would love whatever support staff is able to provide. Honestly, we'll move forward with those tasks with or without you. We are not as familiar with public funding mechanisms as members of your staff probably are. And really, we're looking for guidance on where to go look for things. Today, I'm not asking for help writing proposals, but that could change mid-year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy to see our staff help identify public funding opportunities. I presume the answer would be yes without direction from the board.
Yeah, it's a workload issue, but I'm sure, I mean, she's getting quite busy these days looking for grants for everybody. But yeah, I mean, and searching and looking for public opportunity grants and then actually sitting down and writing them, those are two different things, right? But we can certainly start by identifying.
Yeah, and I would think that you would want to know that we're okay with using our staff time to help other organizations in the grant finding area. But, and the answer for me is yes. And I think you just heard it from everybody else. We'd love to, we we can't, you know, if we're interested in leveraging what funds that we might actually provide of our own, the way to leverage them is through grants, and toward that end, that's why we hired a grant writer, was to help us find this stuff, so.
And if I could just comment about the use of staff time. So if the staff time is designated as pursuing a public purpose and as this county manager delegates that time, it's okay. But we do have to be very careful about using our staff to serve other organizations. So very clearly, I would argue that housing and childcare are both very public purposes. But just to keep that in mind.
Yeah, thanks. That's a good point.
And,
Thank you.
and if it's an area you decide to support this effort, I think it would make a lot of sense to just set up a budget of a certain number of hours that are available. And then we can do our best to manage within that budget.
I'm happy to leave that between staff.
Yeah, I agree.
As far as the third question, this year's lodging tax revenue, to help continue planning, I'd be comfortable saying yes to that today. But I know we're not set up for action, but I just want you guys to know my opinion.
I have another question. How much is in that fund right now and how much do we expect? Because we haven't spent a penny of it yet, true?
Correct.
We're projecting a total collection of 312,500 with 60% identified for the other uses other than tourism is $187,000.
Yeah. And we started collecting it last year, correct? So the 187, that's per year, or is that by the end of this year?
I don't think this includes fund balance, so I think that's what we're saying we're gonna collect.
Do we know what the fund balance is?
Off the top of my head, I do not.
It's hard to find that fund balance too. I tried.
Yeah, and I agree with George. I mean, so far, to my knowledge, Mitch, you're the first organization that's asked or kind of raised your hand. And your ask is fairly modest compared to our fund balance.
Yeah, so I mean, I would just support that outright, as a one-time decision. The fourth question,
Randy, do you have any thoughts on that one? On the
No.
question number 3?
Are we willing to invest this year's lodging tax special project fund and continued planning? I mean, generally I support it. I just want us to be able to have a robust conversation, time for, think about what that is and how much.
I'm clear, there's a staff ask also.
What's that?
There's a staff ask coming also for the same funds.
Yeah. In total, it's already, in other words, there's already
Well, that was gonna be my next question was if the board wants to support use of lodging tax, what's that level that we're?
That's, and my point is that there has to be a conversation that's informed by a conversation about, which we won't have today, about what all of the other asks are and what that budget is, and determining what to allocate the budget of our lodging, our projected lodging tax to the special project fund. And I don't think that's something we'd be prepared to ask today without sitting down and analyzing that entire budget and list of asks. And that's why I'm saying I think that's something that would have to, that's why I said we'd have to hit that at the retreat to understand. I can't give a finite answer to that today in a specific dollar number without seeing what all the other asks are and where those sit on our priority list.
And Mitch, did you say 60 grand was the total?
Yeah, I was asking for 31 soon and 29 mid-year after I come back with a capital plan.
So one thought that I had is we already collected more than 60 grand last year that we haven't spent on anything. So we potentially, I don't think we're in a position of that ask competing with the housing authority or whatever else is coming down the road.
Well, that depends on how all of the other asks are structured. Are they structured based on the total available capital, which includes what's left over from last year? In other words, I need to see that list and see the, revenues and projected revenues and expenditures. And if they include the remaining balance, the carryover, then
yeah,
I don't know that I can confirm that I can agree with Sean on that. I mean, I agree with Sean in principle. I just don't know whether, I haven't seen the list,
not to get too far off track, what is the list, right? The only things I've heard is this and potential for partial funding of a multi-jurisdictional housing authority.
Housing
What
is
else
the
is
big
there?
one. Housing is the big one for lodger's tax. Then we have other ideas related to ARPA. But, and I recognize the three of you believe all the money is fungible. That's not a viewpoint that myself or the finance director believes, that this lodging tax is ongoing money.
Right.
And it's a lot easier to fund this use these dollars for ongoing money versus a one-time ask, like helping to contribute to some aspect of this project that's not ongoing, which would make it easier to use ARPA money in that regard, because that's one-time money. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah, I know we're just kind of talking out loud, but I personally am hesitant to assign any endless annual need to that fund, because you're basically tying up those dollars forever. I like, and I'm kind of jumping to the next one, the idea of a period of time, like helping something get launched and then find long-term sustainable funding. That way you can kind of redirect this income stream for multiple purposes rather than assigning it to something and now it's basically done.
The only thing that I would caution is that we make sure that in place, it's structured as to exactly how any county funds or staff time is devoted to the organization, how it directly relates to public purpose. Because what we risk, what we just want to be clear on, is that we don't want to have county tax dollars going towards a separate entity paying the director, for example, or somebody else on their team, or supporting some other aspect of their mission. We want to make sure it's directly related to Clear Creek and the public purpose of providing these.
Yeah, I mean, there's two, that's one lens, which I agree with, and that's your responsibility to make sure that we're in safe harbor there. The other one is the specific language of the ballot initiative, which specifically called out childcare and housing, and also left it a little bit vague in terms of anything else that the statute allowed.
And for that reason, I'm very supportive of the concept and very supportive of the program, Mitch. All I'm saying is I've got a half full bucket of information and I don't have the rest of the information in it. And there's some time to digest that information to say, sure, we can give you this many dollars on this date and this many dollars on that date. Because I thought I heard, and I recognize there's a multi-jurisdictional housing authority and coming out of this, and this ask now. But then I thought I heard Brian saying, maybe you were referring solely to the ARPA dollars, that there's a whole list of staff recommendations on ways that money could be sent and I just need, if we're talking ARPA, that's one thing. If we're talking multi-jurisdictional housing money, then, I don't want to veto anything. I'm all for trying to do something with this and make it go forward. And I'm all for providing both funding and staff help to the extent that we can legally and reasonably do so. I just don't know what the other demands are until I see a balance sheet of what the proposals are from staff to make that decision here today in this meeting after a short
Yeah,
presentation.
well, it's a work session, right? But quick process issue. We're over our time. I don't see any reason why we can't go over some more based on the fact we have one more agenda and it's an internal.
Yeah, that's more of
Yeah.
a competition. anyway.
I think we might be pretty close.
Yeah,
Um,
I think so too. And one other thing, can we make sure in our retreat that we specifically address this conversation around where the best and highest use of our lodging tax dollars is?
Right.
It seems, I mean, yeah, I completely agree with what Randy and Sean are saying with respect to the last two questions. We just need work sessions in whatever setting on the lodging tax fund and how we want to use it, and on ARPA and how we want to use it. My own take is that I'm very open to figuring out how the lodging tax fund can help this operation launch. I'm all the way open to spending that money this year, that $60,000. And on the ARPA funds, I'm very open to what I would say is a meaningfully symbolic capital contribution. We can obviously, not having seen the rest of the list, that's all I can say right now. But does that seem like reasonable list of next steps? And
I think so. I think one other thing, I know I'm getting a little bit off base, but back to the retreat. I would love for the three of us to stack rank the priorities that are out there for ARPA and see how they compare to each other. Because I think that might be the easiest way to figure this out, is to
Yeah.
draw the line, and
Yeah.
everything below the line has to go find funding somewhere else.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I was just looking to see the date is
15.
The 15th, just so you know, Mitch, we're talking on the 15th is when our retreat is of this month. So it's not something we're putting way off into the future.
Superintendent Gass, you've been very quiet in this meeting. What do you have to say?
Well, first of all, thank you to the commission and one of the things that as an interim superintendent coming into this community, I was very impressed with Mitch's proposal and plan. As I look kind of more globally at the district, as I get ready to hand that off in June, daycare and housing are the kind of the Achilles heel that I'm facing as a school district around a declining enrollment. Mitch's plan, as I've worked with him, who's done an awesome job with his design work, but also his concept work of making sure that we have daycare options that align with worker hours. I've spent most of my career in the Western Slope and resort communities that support ski areas, and having flexibility around times that aren't necessarily school hours is key. We will have additionally on that site, beyond what Mitch offers, we will have our own preschool, and we've talked about the synergies of combining those at end of day and early in the morning to make sure that we maximize all of our slots for our little guys in our community. And we don't want to lose those down the hill. We want to accommodate those commuter parents. And I see it as a huge way to build enrollment back in Clear Creek County, and the synergy of things like the 4 Points Project coming online, different things like that. We have some time coming up, the commissioners and the school board, to kind of talk about some issues, and would hope we can continue that discussion there. And you guys can ask questions specifically of our board around, what they're thinking around housing and different things like that. So I'll kind of let it sit there for a minute.
Yeah, thanks. And you bring up something indirectly that I've been thinking to myself, which is there's going to be more demand for this service than there is supply. And I personally wouldn't have any issue with tilting towards families who have other children, siblings enrolled in the school district.
Yeah, I think that, it'll be interesting to see, what I would hope would happen is you start to have people like the mine, the ski area, some of these employers wanting to come to the capital campaign support in trade for some of those guaranteed slots, and those, I've seen that model in some of the areas of resort communities, because it helps them recruit employees and drive that economy. So, we will have preschools across the district alongside what Mitch is doing, which essentially we're going to almost triple the capacity of early childhood. The other piece is Mitch is going to have toddler rooms and younger age rooms, which are a higher cost, but his capacity allows for that, which is something I really can't do in my system in the public ed side. So I think we've done a nice job of kind of lining up, the different needs and making sure there's something for everyone in that process.
Thanks. Mitch, did you get what you hoped to get from us today? Although, you hope to get a financial commitment, but this is a work session, so we're not
No,
legally able to do
I
that.
did not expect a financial commitment. I expected 30 minutes of your time and I got more than that. So I'm leaving quite happy. And I can either pull together additional supporting documents, or I can refer you to the work that was sent a week or so ago, which was a giant PDF file. That file should have all of the information that was referenced. It has the supporting slides plus 5 or 6 additional documents. So unless I get a specific request, I'm going to assume that PDF from a week or so ago is sufficient. I'd be happy to send that to staff if you guys decide there are folks that should get that also. Actually, Brian has it, so he could forward it as you feel appropriate.
Okay, and also make it part of the public record from supporting this discussion.
So that's one of the next steps I didn't mention is I think what we're asking of staff is to take a look at this and let us know what they think.
Do you have any idea, Brian, what the timeline for that might look like?
It's a good question. I can see if I can get Maria to look at it by retreat time.
That would be very helpful.
I think the other thing is you have staff look at it and be ready to give us their recommendations on what they see. And then the second one is add it to the other 500 things in our retreat that we want to make sure we look at while we're there.
You forgot at least a couple. It's gotta be at least 505.
Okay, well, I think we're good. Thank you so much, Mitch.
Hey,
Thank you,
thanks
Mike.
again for your time. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, Mitch.
So we'll move on to our last work session to discuss Clear Creek Fire Authority organizational review, next steps. Who wants to start? I'll start if no one else wants to.
I thought it was Brian. I thought Brian was supposed to
Well,
start.
his name's on it.
My name's on it. We threw that on there because I think there was a desire by probably all three of you to have a conversation about where we headed now after
Yeah.
getting the presentation from Mission CIT, the various recommendations that are in their report. Yet another topic that the three of you have been talking about for quite some time. So yeah, this is just an opportunity for the three of you to give us some direction if needed to talk about what are the next steps based on what you heard from both our municipal partners and in addition to the work that Mission CIT did.
Yeah, I think the first order, or we can't leave here without, in my opinion, without coming up with an idea about what the meeting frequency and schedule looks like to continue this dialogue with the other public leaders and stakeholders.
Can't leave this meeting today without coming with that conclusion.
Yeah, at least on our own, than our own.
I agree.
I almost feel like, I mean, the IGA is over at the end of this year. And I'm personally very reluctant to schedule an extension to the IGA if the purpose is only to delay our decision. I think we should focus on this as one of our top priorities, and I would love to see us meeting at least once a month for probably another 2 or 3 meetings is my guess, to have a chance for everyone to do research, weigh in, start to reach consensus ideally.
Municipalities, you mean?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think that's what's gonna be, that's a tall order, but I think it's what's to get it scheduled and get everybody there. But I think it's what's required to get the job done within the allotted time we have. Cause that's gonna set the stage for probably a bunch of other steps that'll need to follow. And if we want to get the enchilada cooked by the end of the year, then in the next 2 to 3 months, we better have it together and know what it looks like and have some kind of consensus among the partners.
These would be special meetings.
Yeah. What was the process we used even to get that one on the books? Maybe just use the same process.
Me reaching out to my counterparts.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, I'd suggest that we find a day of the week, day of the month, commit to it
Yeah,
until we're done talking.
second Tuesday of the month or something, whatever works for them. I agree with George's previous comment. I'm pretty flexible as long as there's some time.
Okay. I'm gonna need a little direction on agendas. Right? What do you, bringing them all together? We gotta make that valuable.
For sure.
Maybe that's another retreat conversation, but
Yeah, I
There-
just.
Yeah, there's some trust building that's gonna be required because it was clear that we come in peace, that we're really trying to make something that works for everybody, but there was clear that not everyone is convinced of that. It's clear to me that we come in peace, but I'm not sure everyone else is convinced that that's the case. Because of the comments that we heard about, but what I'm saying is true and you know how things are. And it's like that you're gonna kind of like, we'll bargain for power and then take the power that we get and do what we want without regard to others. And I don't think that's our intent, but we got to find a model that is fundable and works. And provides the best source of continuous funding into the future. And that has some implications on, so building trust that people believe that, I'm actually reluctant. I would rather see a model in which it's not the BoCC as the final decision makers and everyone else's advisory. I think it would be better if we had a different model in order to maintain trust. It's a good way to maintain authority and control for us, but it's not the best way to maintain trust. and also, a truly equal voice, by the other partners. But if that's the thing it's going to take to get the funding that we need, because my hunch is that it's going to take a combination of mill levy and sales tax to get this done before it's over. And if you tried to load the whole requirement on either one or the other, it would be pretty onerous. That's my gut reaction right now. And so making sure that we write some words and have some conversation, we both have some conversations with people and then ultimately express those in written words that we'll sign up to, that create that trust and that comfort among our partners, is going to be probably our biggest hurdle.
And I wrote trust question mark as my second item. And I honestly don't understand what people are talking about. I understand there being the potential for conflict. I understand there's a lot of history when each town had its own fire department that kind of led to this model, which, not pointing the finger of blame at anyone, I would call the current model a failed model of governance. I mean, if you were going to be accused of having strong governance, there would be a lot of evidence, such as legitimate performance reviews of the staff, a strategic plan, a capital plan. There's very little of that. And I think, and I think the trust, I question a little bit out loud what's really going on, because I don't personally see anything in at least my time here that is a lot of evidence to suggest that should be a legitimate concern.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same question in my head, which is, I think, appropriately framed as, and maybe a way to start facilitating the conversation is, what are our fears here? Like, what do we, if the strongest reaction is, I fear mismanagement from the county, I would like to hear the folks that are saying that, articulate
What that would look
what
like.
specifically they fear.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what my fear is in this conversation, is that we have a fire department that's not adequately staffed and doesn't have a strategy to get there.
Yeah.
That's my biggest fear.
Which should be everyone's. Yeah.
And so, I mean, I think that that's maybe a good place to start. I think convening monthly is great. Another really big question on my mind is, what does public engagement look like?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
a conversation
yeah,
that's going to
yeah.
need, I think, pretty robust public engagement.
Right.
That was shared by people other than you too. I mean, there were other people in the room that felt that was
Yeah.
really important. So I think that, and I think that can go, that's sort of a trust building exercise too. If the constituencies of these different jurisdictions have the opportunity to weigh in on this and express their highest priorities, then what they're doing is representing their constituents' interests, vocalized.
I have a quick thought. I mean, we were talking about reviving the mayors and commissioners meeting. There are more than just this. I mean, there's the housing, multi-jurisdictional housing, jurisdictional housing authority. And part of me is wondering, maybe we formalize that a little bit. And because back to Randy's point about kind of what's the model of the leadership and governance and responsibility. I mean, I'm really starting to think, just purely from a how can we fund this, that option 3 of the ESD gives you the opportunity to create great efficiencies between EMS and fire as well. But then, just like the housing authority, we're talking, I can't say what we're talking about because we're in executive session, but how does each town get the right level of input and ownership of the decisions, or input into the decisions for all of these different joint efforts that we're talking about? And how do we institutionalize it so that it's something that's on our calendars, that we put time and energy into, that the public has full visibility into, that the newspaper can write about?
When you think about the fact that we're responsible for EMS in the county, it's the flip side of the fire service. There aren't any issues about that because it's running so well.
Our EMS is recognized statewide
Right.
as one of the premier rural EMS agencies.
And this is where think about jurisdictions trying to navigate together something like housing policy. A lot of really complicated values questions involved in what we should build and how we should build it and all that stuff. Fire response is a little bit less complicated.
A lot less.
We kind of
actually.
know what we want. We kind of know that we want to call 911 and have enough people show up to save our home and save our lives.
Right.
And so it feels less complex than something like trying to figure out how we're going to agree on
What kind of
confronting
housing?
the housing crisis.
Right, right.
I agree with that.
To your point about trying to get a mayor's and commissioners meeting revived, I think what you're suggesting is we could possibly try to use those meetings. My initial feedback on that thought, if I'm hearing you right, is that I think we benefited a lot from like Rich Barrows and Mary Smith and John Curtis, you know, the members of the councils of those towns being involved as well, of the municipalities.
Not only to have them here to build trust and feel heard, but to actually be heard and have us hear things and go, oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Lynette Kelsey yesterday and she just expressed that for the first time, she feels like she has all the information in one place. And it's gonna take us all now choosing to, you know, really engage with that information and get an outcome.
Stay on it.
And that's more than the mayors. It's every member of those boards, their opinion is gonna matter.
I agree with that. The thing I don't like about the current format is it's not a meeting that the public can view, or it's
Participate.
we generally do it at a breakfast location and it's kind of informal. I'm talking about the mayors and commissioners meeting. So I think whatever, if we use that as a foundation, maybe we leave that alone for its existing purposes, but I totally agree that it should be an open invitation to anyone who's an elected official in any of our districts. And that it should also something that the public should be able to watch.
So it's an elected officials breakfast rather than just a mayors and commissioners breakfast. The other thing though, I do think is that knowing how those meetings go, we use them as an opportunity to just build relationship and each of us talk pretty free form as much as anything. It's a breakfast. It's not where we're going to be able to just to start with, we can't be going there and making policy. So it's not, we're going to hammer out and have anything near the same kind of meeting we had in here that night. It's going to be a place where we do some relationship building and discuss things, inform each other a little informally back and forth. But we got to have these meetings in here to get the work done. But I think the trust building can be done at those, can certainly be augmented at those breakfasts.
Glad you said that, because every mayors and commission meeting I've attended, it was virtual. So I didn't even know that you used to meet in person.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we used to meet for
So
breakfast.
we're gonna move these to in person again?
I'd like to do that, yeah.
I think it's better, especially because you don't really accomplish a lot there. What you do is inform each other and maintain relationships. And that's best done face to face, eating some eggs or pancakes or something.
And that was one of the pandemic was horrible. One of the things that wasn't horrible was how it brought everyone together. And remember all the Zoom meetings that we had with the library, everyone was in those meetings. And I think in terms of trust, conducting as much of our business as we can in a way that's inclusive and transparent is going to make it hard to continue to make that argument.
Well, of course they were all there. They were starved for social life. As they found it on their screen.
Yeah, that's what we convinced ourselves for a while. The other question that I think is kind of an early question for the jurisdictions to answer is what kind of communication do we want to make to the fire authority and its board? Do we want to ask them to wrestle with some of the operational recommendations? Do we want to ask them to hold off while we deal with the governance and tax revenue question? I'm kind of wrestling with that. And it's something that I just kind of want to plant the seed so you all can wrestle with it too. It might be an early question that just.
Say what the things are again that you think maybe we want to leave out,
Well,
possibly.
there are two kind of categories as I read it of recommendations. There's operational recommendations that the
Right.
fire authority currently has the authority to execute.
Mhm.
And then there's governance conversations that require. the
Governance and
jurisdictions.
taxation.
Right. And so the question is, on those operational things, do we want the fire authority board to, move forward with implementing the recommendations that they agree with? Or do we want to ask them to hold off? Do we want the jurisdictions to evaluate those recommendations? Those are the questions that are running around in my head.
I think one of them would be on the operational side would be, I mean, what makes sense to me just as a knee-jerk reaction to what I just heard you say, because I hadn't put my head to that yet, is we should encourage them to, as they see fit and judge themselves under the current format, implement any of, because if we agree with all the recommendations in there, or whatever our list of agreed recommendations, ask them to the extent that they are willing and comfortable, move forward with any of them that they can at this time, and do that of their own volition. And that is also a trust building exercise by saying, hey, we'll leave it to you to roll with this, to start this going, so we're making the place safer. The governance things, I think, are what the governance and taxation we have to tackle in these big meetings that we have here. That's what it feels like. I mean, they can have conversations about it at the fire authority board, but the bottom line is it's going to happen. We're going to either succeed or fail in achieving it in these meetings that we have in this room or wherever we hold it.
I mean, they're an independent board who obviously doesn't answer to us. Any type of a official communication we give to them may reinforce their system. We want to be in charge of them. And I mean, they have the recommendation. Fire authority has its own agendas, and I mean, if they're not, if they haven't started a conversation about evaluating the recommendations and figuring out what to do about them, then I'm more worried than I said before.
We are, and by we, I mean the fire authority board. We're scheduled tomorrow night to go take our first stab at it. We shared some initial reactions to the draft a couple months ago. And so in the absence of action from the group of jurisdictions, the fire authority board is going to do that. We're going to move forward with metabolizing those recommendations.
Well, and I think that just like we give staff direction, as our representative to the board, it's easy for us to express in this public meeting that we have support for you to articulate to them that we're in support of and trust them to get going on all of those things that they see fit and agree that you guys as a board see fit and agree you should move forward with at this time. And leave it at that. It's not a direction. It's just, it's more expressed as support for their actions moving forward with these recommendations that are possible now. And let them know we all support that if in fact we do. So, but I hear what you're saying, Sean, about we want to make sure that it doesn't sound like we're trying to give them directions already.
Yeah, that's fair. And just to make sure my intent in raising this was around, should we try to be on the same page with the rest of the jurisdictions about the answer to that question, right? Do we know that Georgetown likes the idea of the fire authority trying to do these, or does the Georgetown Council want to look at those operational recommendations themselves, right? That's kind of a facilitation question that maybe it's a quick one. Maybe I'm asking a question, the answer is obvious.
Well, I think what we're expressing to them is we had the conversation and our one representative is there in support of moving forward with those that they can agree on. And, they need to figure that out and whatever.
So then we don't need to raise that question.
I think that maybe has potential concern for me is I think you could make a project out of evaluating the recommendations and come up with reasons to postpone the more important conversation, which of the three choices is the one that we need to land the plane on.
Yeah. So that, I mean, as to triage the conversation, to have one group focus on this bucket, the other group focus on the other.
So your point, Sean, is that the fire authority board, on which all of these jurisdictions are
Yeah.
represented, when they could be having productive conversations about the big picture, are caught in the weeds.
And I mean, I think about what Kelly said, like, we need to renew the IGA so that we have more time to evaluate everything. And this is one of those, we need more time to spend on this, which is, it's important, but it's not more important than the sustainability question. They're both different and that someone needs to be pursuing them in parallel.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else on my mind right now.
Yeah, I think the agenda, the question about agenda is a very good one. The other thing I wonder too, of course, every consultant who delivers work for you wants to deliver more work for you. But I do wonder what level of support we might need, if any, from the consultants.
Yeah, Frank in particular, let me know that I can just call him. He's happy to weigh in on things without charging us something for
Yeah,
time.
one of the things I was thinking about, I mentioned Crested Butte, which has a fire medic model. I mentioned Evergreen, which has the paid EMS volunteer fire suppression. Probably another 2 or 3 models in the state. Well, there's our model, which I don't know of another one that's exactly like it. Every model, participants in every model tend to believe their model is the best. But I think that's another sort of open question is, because what the consultants were basically talking about is fundamentally staying in the same model that we're in. Which doesn't take advantage of any efficiencies between EMS and fire explicitly.
Yeah, and that's a specific topic and discussion we're gonna need to have about what might an EMS role look like moving forward. They're, quite honestly, they're quite afraid.
Just like I said, they like their model.
Of what
They're
that-
comfortable with it. They think it's the best one, just like every single other agency in the state believes.
Well, except our numbers prove that we are one of the best agencies in the state, and that's their concern, is that our success rate.
I agree with that. And I kind of heard secondhand that there was some research being done in terms of specifically places I mentioned. And what I would say is there's a big difference between correlation and causation. So the fact that we're so good, I think personally, I'll say it out loud, I think it's because we had really good leadership. I don't think it had anything necessarily to do with the specific way that our system is organized.
It's the leadership and the people who are in the positions.
Yeah, exactly. The leaders and the people, exactly. So
You had good people in place.
if you have, I think if you have good people in any organization, you're gonna tend to have the right outcomes.
Agree completely.
But and that's one lens I think we certainly need to look at. The other lens is, how do we make something sustainable that we can get adequate responses across our entire county district and be able to afford it? Because that's one thing I heard loud and clear from the mayors and other electeds. We can't triple our taxes, was essentially paraphrasing. And at what point, if we have a great EMS and a fire response that doesn't meet the community's needs, that's not a good solution.
Yeah.
The resolution of this question is something that a shared resolution to this question among the jurisdictions is maybe the most important thing we can do to build the trust that we're talking about.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, to your previous point about the tax rate and what was proposed, the way I interpret the information about here's the staff you need to have adequate response and what that would cost, and that tax rate is, this is what it's going to cost you if the fire department is going to be its own fiefdom, right? If you're not willing to integrate these agencies and innovate around volunteer recruitment, et cetera, and you're going to pay for all of this out of your pocket, this is what it's going to cost you, right? It's really similar to the conversation we were having about the IT system, right?
Mhm.
The IT system has one cost if everybody gets their own fiefdom, and it has a lower cost if we decide we're going to work together.
You're chanting my campaign mantra all the way back to 2012 when I lost, which was, can we please combine these redundancies across the county, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the general theme of this government is that we used to be able to afford to each have our own fiefdoms, and we can't anymore. And so I don't know what that means to what the right model is, but that's kind of the lens I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then a specific data point, I did follow up with Chief Ouija. There's only 2 people on fire operations in Evergreen that are paid, Chief Ouija and the deputy chief. All the other ones, and it's not a perfect system, but when I see consultants scaling up to spend a small fortune on full-time firefighters, it makes me wonder if there's a better way.
It makes me want to take that Accelerate DC trip and go tell them that we need help because the federal highway is driving our first responder costs, right? And to that point, there are a number of, we have all the information we need, except that we're not in a position where we know the final tax rate. Because we know we have work to do to bring that number down. So how we give ourselves some runway to innovate is I think the question that we need to try to answer.
I think another topic for these conversations, and I think someone should create a straw man. Well, the consultants created a straw man. I think we maybe need to refine it, but I really am in support of a 2-step process. Step number 1 is to basically buy us, who knows, 5 years, something like that. To also allow, and I do think a key part of it is, as George was saying, we have to be smarter about working together. And, you know, when those 2 organizations, well, the step 1 could be, you know, something as simple as providing the right training and allowing first responders from the fire district to drive ambulances. And that would have to be done in a way that Aaron and his team felt comfortable with, but that alone buys you, you know, could potentially double your ability to transport patients. And it's a model that's been going on again in Evergreen for the last 40 years and other places as well. So I think step 2 is probably some sort of a single agency solution. But I think it's going to take a while to get there. I think it's complicated enough where we're not going to reach consensus on that by the end of the year. And we probably won't even know what we don't know about it. And having a period of time to
When you say
innovate will be helpful.
When you say single agency, you mean fire EMS single agency. Yeah, we've got enough. You know, what we have right now is a council of plans where everybody comes in and the elder's got his sword sitting there, you know, and it's something out of Braveheart or whatever, you know, and so we have that problem to solve first, and then there is an industry cultural problem of the thing about bringing the 2 together, especially when you've got a primarily all professional organization and a primarily all volunteer organization.
I like to call it career instead of professional. So
We could say that about county commissioners too, except we can't make a career out of it. We're term limited, but you know, we're here because we're here. But yeah, I understand what you mean by professional. I would say that, well, I don't want to get into making comparisons. There's no value there. I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good start. Anything to add before we close this conversation?
So what's our closing? What's our outcome?
I think we need to, do you think it's reasonable from what you've heard today to draft an agenda for maybe 2 or 3 follow-on meetings with all the different agencies?
No.
You didn't,
No,
you didn't
not
hear what
just
you.
well, oh, wait, would you please draft something by the agenda?
Anyway.
If we can start at the agenda and finalize there.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have continued this conversation on the 15th, right? And
Yeah.
I will try and brainstorm some of the specific agenda items that might be on upcoming agendas. I'll do that so we can make sure that what are the decisions we need to reach together with all the partners?
Yeah. I think another important thing, I would like to get on the same page with everyone in our staff, including EMS.
I wrote down on my list that you and I need to talk about the evergreen model.
Yeah,
The real concern is that they want to be a paramedic. They don't want to go to a fire.
that's evergreen. They're paramedics. They don't go to fires.
Right, that's why you and I need to talk about what that model looks like and how that relates to what we're
Oh,
talking
sure.
about here.
Yeah, and at one point, when I was on, there was a different ambulance EMS boss and there was a different fire boss. And one of the things that happened is they merged chain of command. So now Mike Regi is the fire chief responsible for, and that's, the fire chief has some statutory description.
Sure. Okay.
But yeah, Dave Montesi is our EMS chief. He's kind of Aaron's counterpart. He lives in Clear Creek and he reports to Ouija.
And that's kind of when I speak to I don't want to drag this out too far, but like you said, we can go all day if we want to. We don't have anything important to follow this, so executive session. But
do
when I
have a
talk
1
about,
o'clock meeting, just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
you're out of luck.
Report.
No, we can probably figure that out.
I'll
The
ask.
difference between an all-career organization and and a mostly volunteer organization is that the people that are in the career organization, they want to do that one thing and that's why they're there. And the other people have plenty of people that can also train for, and some are, become EMTs, paramedics, and be able to be useful to augment over on this side. But
Mhm.
over on this side isn't where the problem is. Over on the EMS side isn't where the staffing problem is. It's over on the fire side where the staffing
Right.
problem is. So making sure that there's people on the fire trucks that could also work on an ambulance doesn't really go a long ways towards solving. I mean, it fixes a problem we don't have while not fixing a problem we do have, which is giving the fire people something else to do with their time besides fire. So I don't know that it's a tangible solution, right? I mean, I don't see how it becomes a tangible solution. And I also feel like there would be a resistance on this side from all career full-time EMS to saying, I got to ride with some guy that's a firefighter that's.
No, he's driving
studied."
actually.
Well, okay. Well, there's that,
she.
you know, it might, but if the people in EMS don't want to move over and go to fires other than to help people medically, then I don't know that we gain a whole lot.
I do just want to remind the board that the current ambulance tax that we have requires that we maintain an ambulance department.
Mhm.
So no matter how we do it, we just have to make sure we do at least maintain Clear Creek EMS. So rather than have the EMS director report to somebody at fire, they would be the head of that ambulance department. So we just want to make sure that
Mhm. What I
Stays-
imagine what's gonna happen, based on everything I've heard, is there's going to be another ballot initiative at some point. And so that could go in a lot of directions. That the 0.65 could increase to 1.25, or who knows, and the language could change to support the model that we reached consensus on. Yeah, okay, I think we're good. All right, thanks. Well, this was the last agenda item other than our executive session, so.
My apologies, just really quick,
Sure.
the last thing on my mind related to this. I would love to see this on this board's agenda every time we meet, just to share any updates. Super urgent. If we're gonna get this done in a year, it's because we're gonna spend a lot of time. on
I
it.
agree.
Are you guys okay with that? Just a standing item, maybe it lasts 5 minutes and maybe it lasts 15, but that we're talking about this every time we meet?
This subject matter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. Anything else?
I'm sorry, you guys mentioned something about community engagement. Is there anything you want me to do in the meantime, or is that something you just want to, Brian, to put on the agenda for future meetings?
I think we need to have a collective approach to.
Okay,
Yes, to community engagement. We need to have that conversation with them about how to do it. Otherwise, we're already representing the thing they fear.
okay, just want to make sure you guys didn't need anything from me in the meantime.
Thank you.
I also think, I'm thinking out loud, having us, the three of us, or one of the three of us showing up maybe to make brief public statements at some of the other council meetings might be beneficial.
Yeah.
Because so far, of all the different electeds, there was how many? 4 people in the room the other day, 4 or 5?
We didn't get great attendance from the council
councils.
members.
Yeah, no one from Silver Plume. I think there was only
Well,
Jeremy
Brian was
from
here.
Idaho
Brian was
Springs. Oh,
Yeah.
That's
And
right.
Empire had a couple.
Anyway, it's just a thought.
Who was the other person sitting right where Brian is, who was next to,
Georgetown.
Georgetown
Rich
Council.
Barrows.
Yeah.
okay,
He's just.
Georgetown Town Council?
Yeah.
Because somebody had talked about somebody
The
being
Smiths
here
were there
from
too.
Silver Plume and which would be Brian, but sitting in the back, not up at
Mm.
the table. No one was here representing their government.
Just Brian.
I think we didn't, when we were doing that, I have forgotten that Brian is now on their council. It's
Mhm.
new as of a month or so ago.
He should have been up at the table.
There was very little participation throughout this entire process. I think they attended one meeting. And of all the meetings that our committee,
Yeah,
How is Empire done?
Empire was always in the room.
Okay.
and so is Georgetown
The mayor.
and Idaho Springs. Yeah. Okay. So,
Sorry for enlarging the conversation.
I move, the board moves back into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 246402-4E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to establishing a multi-jurisdictional housing authority. We're going to continue that one. And then pursuant to CRS 246402B, 4B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning purchasing controls and IT security processes.
Second.
I got
We
to
have a
the yes.
motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Board will now move into executive session. Ordinance will be kept. Be back only to close our formal meeting today. There won't be any other action or agenda items after this.
And no decisions will be made.
And in addition to that, there will be no decisions made in the
Got it.
We are unmuted.
Yes.
So video. Oh, I gotta get Megan to drop the screen share if we want people to see us.
Something's happening. Oh, there comes Megan on cue.
I just got it. Hold on, sorry. Sorry, it's a little dark in here. Will you click the behind you, George, to turn the camera back on, please? Sometimes you gotta do it a few times. There you go. Thank
There
you.
we go.
Cool.
Oh, cool. All right, we are back from our executive session. No decisions were made, no written minutes were kept. This was our last item on our agenda today. We are adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.